passionate. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
welcome to the 3D Motion Show live from NAB, New York. So I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, and we are showcasing artists from around the world, but here live once again in New York. I wanted to thank a couple of our sponsors. First off, Dell. They're going to be giving away an amazing laptop after this, so if you guys haven't got scanned, if you haven't registered on the 3dmotionshow.com, do that, as well as Sense Labs. They're going to be giving away an amazing pen tablet, so if you're trying to get into ZBrush sculpting and all that, definitely check that out. Make sure you're registered, and that'll get your chance to win. And that's going to be next week after the drawing, because we have a lot of events going on. One of those events coming up to pay attention to is the Z Summit. So if you're interested in sculpting, you're interested in modeling, the Z Summit is going to be coming up, and that's going to be just a couple weeks away. So check that out. All the events are on the Maxon website, so check out maxon.net. So first up is our longtime friend, longtime presenter is Julia Simone. Let's give her a big, warm welcome to the stage. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Wow, this is loud. Hi, everyone. So my name is Julia Simone. I'm a creative here in the city, and here's my website, juliasimone.com, so you can go on there and check out my work. Unfortunately, I did not have a reel for you today, but again, all my work is on the website, so you can, when you get a moment, go back to your laptops or whatever, check it out. So today I'm going to talk about two projects. The first one is this music video that I'm working on with a very talented artist, Avina. So it's her first single, and it's her first music video, Daily Dose of Danger. So just I'm directing and doing all the visuals for it. So that's been really great. I've done a shoot that got some really great footage that I have to edit. But it's going to have a lot of different vignettes that deal with kind of, the poison, danger, all that stuff, fun stuff. Very appropriate for Halloween. So the one that I'm going to break down today is how I've done the ropes for that specific vignette. So everything starts off with a reference images. I'm sure from previous presenters, they've talked about it time and time and again. You have to, before you start anything, figure out your idea, start getting references for what you want to execute. So these were my references for the ropes web portion, and these are the style frames. So once you get your references, then it's on to building style frames. So the style frames set up a guide to what your lighting will be, your compositing, so then you can just move on to animation, and everything is just piped right into your layers, and you can just replace them without really having to do too much tweaking. I mean, there's always tweaking, but less so if you figure everything out ahead of time. So fun, doing some hair here, which was pretty fun. Again, lots and lots of ropes for that vignette. And I used a plugin called Ricochet by Rocket Lasso. So that's something I'm going to be talking about. So all of these, again, just style frames. Get your shots in, get all your set up and compositing done. So tools used in making of the style frames. The Cinema 4D ropes tag, very fun. Didn't use it quite as much as the Ricochet plugin. So I will be talking right now. Let's jump into Cinema, and I will talk about the ropes tag, and then I'll follow up with the other one. So let me just go into my Cinema. I have this cute teddy bear here. So my other scenes are super massive, and because they already have animation on them, so it would have taken too long to load and cumbersome to work in. So I'm just gonna use this cute little teddy bear for these. All right, so we're gonna do the Cinema 4D ropes tags. Basically have him kind of executing kind of similar this frame here. Just have him hanging on the ropes dynamically, which will be super fun. So everything starts with a spline. So let's use our pen tool here. You don't really have to be precise with it, just put some points down that you can fix later. I use coordinates. Let's select that. Let's coordinates, just zero out your properties. I know some people just like to select both of them and scale them down. I use the coordinates method. So that seems about right. Let's use go back to the object select, move it. Actually, yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna line it up a little bit. You don't have to be too precise. The technique that we're gonna use it will find the points it needs, but just, to be on the safe side, I guess. It's about right. We'll go with this. So let's name this. We'll name this rope A. And then we're going to add a tag. So go to simulation tags, add our rope tag here. And then we're going to go to, everything's good. One more thing, because it is a dynamic object or dynamic tag, we should also make our objects that are going to be affected by the ropes dynamic as well. And that is just by going to simulation tags and adding a cloth to it. So bandiness, I always like to just start off with making it 0. And now for the fun part, we're just gonna, we have to connect. Basically, we have to first apply a belt. So over here, we're going, you know what, I'm just gonna scale this up. So over here, we need to point it so like it doesn't just fall down. So right now, if I play this, the whole thing will just fall. So we just have to do a few things. For instance, here we have to belt this, and here we have to connect it. So let's do that now. So have this point selected, and we're going to create a null, actually, to belt it to. So it needs to have an object to get belted. Very similar to the previous versions of Cinema 4D. So somewhere around there, I think. Let's go here. Something like that. That looks about right. All right. Also rename. Always name rope A belt. Oops. Always name your objects belt. See, I'm really nervous, so I'm messing this up a little bit, but okay. And select your point here, go into your rope spline, right click, simulation tags, find your rope belt, and just drag your null into the object place and just say set. And the moment you do that, you will have this circle that appears that says it's working. So if you don't have that, then you might need to check something, but here it's working, so it's now set. It's belted, so if we could just go down, then you can see it's staying put. Our bear is still falling, but that's okay, we're gonna fix that now. So we go back again, let's select our points, the other point now, because that's the one that we're gonna use to connect it to the bear. Let's find that, okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to use a connect object, a connect tag. So again, simulation tags, connector. Okay. So for this one, all we have to do is drop our, actually we don't have to do anything, we just have to say create. And it did not create it because we need to give it more search radius. So it's going to try to find points within like a certain radius. So let's go up to like 5 and see if it, and now you can see that it found those points. So just make sure that if it doesn't work, like that doesn't mean like it's not working. Just adjust your search radius and it will connect. Cool. So now let's see how that looks like. Oh, it doesn't look like anything. Oh, because I have it selected. Let's go. So now it's there. It's a little wobbly, but it's okay. Let's connect the other rope to the other side. So we're just basically going to do the same thing as we just did. Let's go here and select these points, do the same, maybe not so long. Oh, that's fine. Another thing we should really do is go into our object here. for spline. So that's something that's just important when dealing with splines in general, is change your intermediate points, for instance, to let's say 20, so that you have more bendiness. So there's like some sort of information within the spline to deform it correctly. So that's always very important, and I feel like that gets missed a lot. And I do that frequently too. I forget about it, and I'm like, why is everything so stiff? Okay, so let's do the same thing we just did before. Go into our coordinates, zero out our properties, because that's what whatever, we'll just do that. And select this one, zero this out, maybe make it even Steven, like my contractor like to say all the time. All right, so line it up. Again, doesn't have to be precise, but just in that general vicinity is good to have. So that looks about right. Sure, that works. It's a little long, actually, for my taste, so I'm gonna make it a little shorter. All right, belt it. So that's what we gotta do again. So we're gonna rename it belt rope B belt, sure. And we're gonna name this rope B, perfect. Let's go again, simulation tags, rope. And we're also going to go simulation tags, rope belt. And then for this one, we're gonna do the same thing we did before. So drop our rope belt into here. Let's see if that worked. I don't know if I got the little circle. I don't think I did. I don't know if I got the circle. Did I get the circle? Well, no, I didn't get the circle. Okay. So I did something wrong. Let's do this again. So I have, well, first of all, let's just turn it into a rope tag. So simulation, rope, and then we'll select our point. So we have our point selected. That's fine. And oh, so yeah, one of those things that you have to remember is it's going to be connected, built it to wherever your object is located. So just remember to put it, nearby to where you want it to be built at. So that was a good lesson. So just, remember to do those. There's like a lot of like little steps to keep track of that sometimes when I'm rushing, I just forget. But again, now it should work. So we have our point. Now it's in the right location, the null. And so we'll go to simulation tags. Let's go rope. I mean, that was already done. Wow, I'm really losing it today. Okay. Rope belt. And set. Okay, now we got the circle. Now we're good. Now we can move on to belting that. Not belting, connecting. So let's go here. Let's select our point here. Do the same thing. Simulation, connector, and see if it will connect without having to adjust our radius. So just create, and it did. So we can see it here. It connected the point. So now if we play this down, there's something funky happening here, but we can fix all of that. So the cool thing now actually is when you're using dynamics, a lot of times you have to go into project settings and start changing in simulation, start changing your gravity. So I could do that. So I could go into edit project settings, scene, change my gravity here to like -100. And if I play that down, it's a lot slower, it's a lot smoother. For some reason, this is not connecting perfectly, probably because it was a little far away. But now there's a really cool object for simulate. There is a simulation scene, which I think is excellent because if you want to have like cloth here and you don't want it to be affected by gravity, but say like you want the teddy bear to be affected by gravity, you can now have the simulation scene that gives you an opportunity to affect each simulation independently, which I think is so great. So you can just drop your simulations into the elements window, and then all of those are going to be affected. Obviously, I don't have like additional. So let's just reset this to, I don't have additional elements that need to be affected differently at the moment, but if I did, I would definitely use simulation scene. So like now I can do -100 here, and I can also change my scale. I can also change my simulation subsets, all substeps, all for individual simulations, which is awesome. I'm very excited that that's here. So again, let's make it even smaller actually. So let's make it like -50, and it will, be a lot gentler and a lot slower. We still have an issue here, but actually I think my rope, yeah, they're both uniform. So that is the rope tag. I might use it for one of the scenes, but just play around with it. There's a lot to learn there. It is very powerful, but definitely the simulation scene is probably like one of my favorite new features. So that answers a lot of issues I had in the past. So this is great. Let's jump into now the Ricochet. So this is a plugin from Rocket Lasso. You can go to rocketlasso.com. They got a lot of different plugins. I used Match the Spline also, but mainly used this one. And they also, Chris Schmidt has a lot of really great tutorials on how to use it as well. Like that kind of dives really deep into it. So definitely check it out if you want to, do a lot of spline affected projects. All right. So let's clear this up. So revert to saved. Yeah, why not? Okay. Still using the teddy bear. We're going to go and start off doing these guys. So these kind of like webby ropes here. They're kind of like tangly and come apart. So this is what I'm going to show you now. Okay, so to keep things nice and neat, I'm going to put everything into a connect object because there's like a bunch of layers here, so it's nice to just add everything together. Bear, model, sure. And now we're going to go, once you installed your plugin, it will show up here in extensions. So go down to RKT Ricochet, and the cool thing is, so over here you got your window. Click on Ricochet, so you have your objects. You can use an object as a guide. So if I drop this in here and I say hide sources, you can start already seeing it working. And that's really cool. That's not, I'm going to get to that in a later portion, but so for now we're actually going to take the Ricochet out of the bear. So the moment I do that, you're not seeing anything. So right now there's just like a line going a different direction. So we need to point this line towards the bear because that's what we're going to use, this main rope that's going to connect to the bear, and then from there there's going to be all the other ones. So how do we do that? Well, right click, we're going to use a target tag, and we're going to have a null that's going to be driving the target. So just drop the null in there. Now you can see it's bouncing off the bear, and that's not really something we want. So we're just going to go into down here in this window, change it from total length to count, and then go down to 1 because we only want one beam hitting the bear. That seems right. And actually rename. So bear null, very important. Actually, maybe bear null target, because it's a target. And this one's going to be a main line, because that is a main line. Main align. There we go. All right. I'm going to actually drop this down a little bit. So now, how do we add the curve that we had in this frame? So there's a bit of a curve here, not drastic, but still slight. So a few things we have to do, and that's something, like those little steps you have to remember to do, such as enable the spline here, the interpolation of the spline within the ricochet object. So we're going to make it, let's make it Bezier, actually, and subdivide it 90. That looks good. And now we're going to use, the cool thing about ricochet is you can use effectors to affect the geometry of it, which is really neat. So we're going to use a plane effector, make that a child, and some things happened. We just have to adjust it a little bit. So we're going to do a null. We're going to put everything under null. This is going to be our main line, null. Drop that into here. And also within the effector itself, we also have to change a few things. So the transformation space should be based on the effector, not the node. And deformer should be point. That's pretty important. You see it jump up. That means it's working. So that's good. And then just have to zero out a few properties. That's something that's very important to do in general, is just zero out your coordinates. Just a nice, clean way of working with things. So yeah, I think we're in a good place. The only thing we have to do now is a parameter under the effector, the plane effector. We just have to drop it down to maybe negative. Let's go negative. Sure, why not? That looks about right. And we are going to use fields to create the bend. So we can grab our main ricochet object, drop it in here, create it as a spline object. And now we will, down here, when you select the main line, down here you have this window, curve fall off, just add some points. And you can adjust those. So you can start seeing we have a curve, and we can just play around with this. Really, whatever you want it to look like. Another thing is, let's say bear null. And the cool thing too is, like, when you're going around with a null, like, you can see it's hitting only the bear, and it's not going to hit down here. It's going to disappear. So that's a really neat feature of this plugin as well. So all right, so now we have our curve. The same thing here. You can just move it around. So a lot of variations are possible with this plugin. So now we're going to add a whole bunch of webs, if we want to call that, coming out of this line. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to use a matrix object. So I used quite a lot of matrix objects on this project. So I'm going to use, so the mode is going to be object. We're going to use our main line for this. So now we see the matrix is being guided along the spline. We're going to change it to loop, so it goes all the way to the spline. And what else? I think that's pretty good. Oh, and we're going to target it to the bear. Oh, actually the count. Sorry, the count is going to be even as well. And then we're going to create another ricochet. So let's do another ricochet. This is going to be our second lines. And we just have to do, again, the object is going to be matrix. And I think, did we drop that in? No, we don't drop that in. We're going to drop the bear in. Link is going to be matrix. Woo, look at that. So much fun. Just a whole bunch of lasers beaming out. So that's fun in itself, cool, like, shooting lasers. We're going to change the same, we're going to do the same thing. So count, we're going to change that to 1. So very nice. It's all, shooting from this main spline, so that's what we want. However, we do want to change it up a little bit. So the cool thing about using the matrix is you can adjust it any which way you want. So you have a lot of flexibility. So you can adjust your, make it maybe a little less, maybe this much. So if we, now you have a reduced amount. So if I show this here, anytime you change these properties on your matrix object, it's being affected. The ricochet splines are being affected. So very cool. One thing we do want to do, though, is to add more variation. Right now, they're very direct and not a lot of, variation as it would be, as what makes it more interesting. So to do that, we're going to create not a cloner. We're going to create another a target, first of all. So we're going to target the matrix object. So now that changed. So now it's being not the matrix, the target. It's targeting this element here, and we're actually going to make that a child of our main target, just so everything's nice and neat. And then another thing we want to do is maybe add some random to this, randomization. So let's add our random effector, drop it down if it, so it's all very weird, but that's okay. Because we don't want the position. We only want to affect the rotation. So if we start rotating this, you can see it's starting to spread out a little bit more. So it's giving us that really nice variation. So it's not all aligned in like one axis or anything like that. So it's all spread out. One other thing we want to do maybe is, again, add a little curvature to it. So we will do that the same thing with a plane effector. We can drag and copy it and put it under our second spline. It gets a little funky. That's okay, because it is still being, it's still calling out to the main line. So we just have to change that, drag and drop over that, and now it's more connected. Another thing to remember, obviously, is our spline. We haven't enabled it yet, so we're just going to have to go in and do Bezier, and then subdivide it. And look, it's all nice and neat and curvy and very fun stuff. So again, just a lot of flexibility. You can move this around. You can move your main line around and just create really fun shapes. And you can obviously duplicate this whole set and make many connections, as I've done in this one. So that was that. Let's do really quick one for the actual web space. So this guy right here. And this was also done with Ricochet. Super easy. Let's create a new folder for this, actually. So again, we can just use a box and a little smaller, and then maybe this as well. And actually, the artist I'm working with is right in the crowd as well. So that's Avina is right there. So that's really fun and exciting to have her here. All right, getting back to this. Let's do this. All right, so we're just creating, I'm just recreating that space that I made. Gonna use the volume builder to cut it out. And then we'll just have this here, subtract. So we have this shape. Gonna lower our voxels a little bit, maybe a little bit more. And probably actually up our segments as well, rotation segments. So it's a little smoother. That looks about right. And then put it all into volume measure. Nice and easy. This looks great. And that's what we're going to use for our the ricochet. So that's what it's going to be driven by. So click on ricochet objects, drop this down. Probably a good thing to rename. Nothing happens, and the reason for the fact that nothing happens is because it's not within the geometry. So if you drop it within the actual geo, you can click this button, hide sources, and now you can see that it's within that space. So the cool thing is, we can up our total length. So before we use the count, but here we can do length so that it starts shooting these lasers within that space. We can go, crazy numbers. It doesn't really, it can keep going. So we can also change the angle here. So we can, and then, I don't know what, that looks about right. So the random, the way that it's positioned is great. You can have the seed here, so you can just play around with it forever. Sometimes it gets stuck with just like clicking this forever and ever and ever. It's just, I don't know, something about it. But anyways, so that's a shape in a nutshell. What we're going to do now, though, is we're going to make this a geometry. So we can do it in two ways. So we can just hide this guy from view, and we'll add, we can just drop it into a volume builder, which is what I did before. Let's make this 2, make this 2, maybe not, maybe 3, and 3, density 2, something like that, maybe 1. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And then we'll just drop that into a volume mesher to get this all meshed. And then we have this really cool, intricate structure. And we can also smooth it out a little bit. So just use your smooth deformer, smoothing right here. Drop that down. And look at that. It created just like a really nice, intricate mesh that you can change live by just going to Ricochet and, you can do this. Or you can say, you know what, I want even more. So I want like maybe, I don't know, some crazy number. Let's see if we can crash the system. Oh, look, it's handling pretty well. My computer would not be. But yeah, so, really simple but complex, geo you can create, and you can go inside, and it almost looks like medical imagery. So that concludes my first portion, which is the all the rope stuff that I did, and now we can jump on to the next one. So for the last 2.5 years, I was working at a company called Meta. And the projects that I was responsible for were support for large-scale shows such as Connect, which just happened this past week. If you haven't checked it out, definitely do so. It's beautiful. Our vendors did a great job. And there's a lot of really just mind-boggling announcements that make you maybe a little scared for the future. But no, it's all exciting stuff. And did explainer videos for engineer products. So when there's a developer coming out with a new creation of his or hers, they sometimes need our help to interpret it visually for general public. And then social animation posts, so that's when WhatsApp comes out with a dark mode, and we promote that on socials. Visual elements for technical presentations, that's your like basic keynotes, the usual, and internal feature support. So a large variety of different projects, which was really fun to work on. Now, because about 90% of it is under NDA, so I can't show it to you, but there's like a bunch of little pieces I was able to scrap together, so we can take a look at that now. Okay, so that's the stuff that I might be like, oh, that looks cool. And then there is kind of like the everyday work that really pays the bills, like the more utilitarian stuff that I feel like we don't often show because maybe that's like not the the most like amazing stuff that we've done. But I think it still deserves a space, and so that's that. Okay, so the one that I'm going to talk to you about today is the Responsible Innovation campaign that I worked on after we did the 2021 Connect and announced our new name, Meta, and the idea of Metaverse. That we followed it up with kind of keeping the conversation going on Twitter, just being like, hey, we know there's some concerns, and we're addressing it. It's definitely on our minds. So this was a Twitter campaign, just like 5 seconds, 7 seconds. Very quick animations, and we put that out there. It was done internally. My friend Brian C. and I did those, and then we got a really good positive feedback from the stakeholders, so they wanted to do a much bigger, larger campaign. So this is the first one that I did. Just a run through. So received positive feedback. Everybody was like, yeah, this is great. And then, the stakeholders came back and they're like, we want it bigger and better, but you only have 3 weeks to do it. And at first we were like, yeah, I had a producer ask me like, oh, can you do that? I'm like, sure, I can do that. Yeah, no problem. Like a minute each, like 5 minute long, like different. Yeah, I can do that. No, I couldn't do that. So we contacted a company called Laundry. That's a studio. I believe they have offices in San Francisco. Really great. There's great folks to work with. They've done a lot of great stuff with us. We've been working with them for quite some time. So definitely check out their work. And for the kickoff meeting, basically because they also only have 3 weeks, I needed to make sure that I gave them a very clear guidelines to start them off on, so that there wasn't any kind of like a lot of back and forth, which takes up a lot of time. There's like late nights because of that. So like, having worked on the vendor side for so long, I know the frustrations of having to get a brief that's just very abstract and you don't really know what's going on, and you spend a lot of time R&Ding everything. So I was trying to avoid that just because of the amount of time that we were giving them. So for that, I created the brief and the deck. I had 2 days to set that up for our kickoff meeting, and this is a very pared down deck, like super pared down, because I don't want to. I'm trying not to get in trouble, so I don't really. I'm trying to show like only the things I know I can show. So these were the mood boards, so the texture and lighting. This is from Microsoft Spots, which are always beautiful, but I really love the fidelity here, just the texture and the the visuals. The shading, the shadows, everything is just really beautiful. So that was for reference for that. The second one was motion reference. Again, just what that's going to look like. Very, very subtle motion. And again, when you're building a deck for either your team or your vendor that you're hiring, give them as much information as possible. It's always really good to that's why I use GIFs. I don't. Stills only can explain so much, and words can only explain so much. So if you can add, just I grabbed this from somewhere and I just put it in. This one I build myself. So it's a really good visual language to start the conversation going. So for this one, again, as a director, it's also really good to just know a little bit of Cinema 4D, just so you can go in there and just roughly do these really quick animations. They don't have to be pretty. They don't have to be like amazing, but they explain what you're looking for. So this is something I built quickly to show like, hey, like more organic way of the shapes coming on. So here's a notes on the introduction video of how I'm imagining things will built on. This is, again, still for introduction. This is obviously not a very pretty frame. It's very rough, but it gives an idea of what these shapes are going to do. So as much information you can give, the more successful the project will be in the long run. Because I've worked, at the beginning of my career, I worked with a lot of directors who didn't really know what they wanted, and it took a lot of time, which is great because you build a relationship that way, and you're trying to get into their head. And if you have time to do that, that's great. But if you don't have the time, it gets a little frustrating. So I was trying to avoid that happening in this project. So set this up again really quickly for the privacy video. Again, when you're dealing with very abstract concepts like privacy, like what does that look like? And that's another thing. A lot of times when you're working in tech, these things are very abstract, and you have to illustrate them, and you have to find clever ways of illustrating that. So knowing cinema and like going in there and like figuring out, okay, well, privacy, it could be like multiple layers. So my idea for this was Russian nesting dolls. So there's multiple layers of privacy controls that we can add, and this is how visual is represented. And if you also can figure those problems out before you have, when you have your kickoff meeting, then it paves the way for the vendor to focus more on animation and making it visually beautiful and stunning, as opposed to like going back and forth being like, is this what you're looking for? So for those two frames, for privacy, it was super simple. Not a lot going on there. It's just a cube. I can call it small and a large. And all it is they're blended together. And under a cloner object, the mode for clones is blend. So usually the default is iterate. So you can see that's not doing anything. But the moment you're putting it under blend, then you can create a more internal complexity. So you can go up and you can see what's happening here. We can do a quick redshift render. Let's see how long that's going to take. Oh, not bad. So I used just a glass texture on this. So there's a glass texture, cloner, and blend. So that's just, again, see, it's like slowing down. If we go down, we can see it's changing and it's looking great. And again, this is simple, but I find sometimes simple is even harder to do than like very complex things that you just throw stuff at. But if you know cinema on a very basic level, it's still really great and helpful for your team or your vendor if you're working with a vendor. So yeah, and the same thing with this guy here as well. It's the same technique. It's just two tubes, and they are blended between each other, different size. So again, using the same principle basically. And the slice, there's a different slice on these to jump between each other. So if we up this, we can see it's changing because there is also a random effector. This looks kind of cool too, but there's a random effector spreading this out in Z. And we can go into our random effector and we can go into scene and just, change it up a little bit. Like that actually looks kind of cool too. So yeah, so that is that part. Let's go back. Again, like I said, I only had like 2 days to build this whole deck out. So these were very rough. Also GIFs for illustrating economic opportunity. Again, very abstract concept, but I was thinking like everything's moving up, right? And economic opportunity is all should just go, everything should raise up. So that was a little more, like this one is pretty simple. This one was just, again, cloner, a bunch of objects, and they are guided by the helix over here. So the helix is what's causing them to go along the spline. And the helix is guiding the animation. So as opposed to any other types of ways to animate this. I just used the helix to bring this up, just because it also gives a rotation, like a really nice rotation, so it can give you like a really nice flow without being too jarring, and that's something I was trying to prevent doing. These guys were a little more complicated for absolutely no reason, but that's the beauty of working in 3D and Cinema 4D, is that there's like millions of ways to do the same thing, and sometimes you take the more difficult road. So these guys are all dynamic objects, and they are being driven by a plane effector. So the plane effector has Y. So if I turn this off, so the Y is 131, and that is there's a fields, and the fields is what's causing it to raise up. And there was no need to make it a dynamic object, but I don't know, sometimes I'm like, this is the way to do it. But it was fine. It made it work, and it works. It works. So, and then for the inclusion, that is the final video. That's when everything kind of comes together. So I created 8 of these different scenes, basically just giving a vendor an idea of these are kind of how all these primitive shapes can come together. But I only included 3 frames from that. Yeah. So again, basic knowledge of cinema will help you as a director to illustrate your idea a lot better and explain your idea a lot better in the long run, so that there won't be any kind of confusions and back and forth and things like that. So which always costs money, and you want everybody to be happy. So Laundry did an amazing job after our initial meeting. They took all that information, and this is a very extreme cut down from the result from that, because again, each video is like a minute long. So I just took the portions that were the best portions I thought were the best. Cool. So again, the fidelity here is really great. I don't know if you can really see it, but they did an amazing job. It's just in texturing and lighting all of this. And if you have everything figured out, then you're giving them the time to develop this and to create these beautiful renders, because all the more intricate things that do take a lot of time has been already solved. All right, so then that concludes my presentation. I'm just going to jump to the last page that says thank you. Sorry, guys. Never mind. You're not going to get that. Sorry. Thanks. All right, hope you got something out of this.
Thank you, Julia. Always a pleasure to have you. We do have time for a couple questions before our next presenter. But before we get started on that, remember to get your badge scanned, for those of you who've got badges. And if you didn't, if you got a wristband, that's fine. Just get your badge the next day or whatever the case may be and get scanned. We're going to be giving away an amazing Dell laptop as well as a Sense tablet next week for everybody who gets scans. Registers online, so if you're online, register as well. And if you're at Adobe Max, too. I have our whole training team there as well. So, questions for Julia from the live audience first. Sorry, Internet, you get secondary. I know, but she's here. They're here. All right, so any questions for Julia on anything? We did have one from the Internet then. Fine, Internet, you're first. Here we go. Internet question was, can you talk about how did you start working with Meta?
They reached out to me, and I was very interested in VR and AR and just emerging technologies in general. So I was very excited to get a call from them, and that was it. I mean,
there you go.
They found me, and I'm glad they did.
So get found. Do interesting things and then get found, and that's it.
Yeah.
Any other questions from our live audience right here? Great question. So the question is, how'd you get started in all this?
I went to I majored in 3D animation, and then I did my MFA at SCAD for computer art. So, and then it just kind of like led me onto that path. But I think, you know, if you're interested, you don't really, I mean, obviously college is a great way to start, but you can also just start putting out work on Instagram or, you know, and just, you know, creating. Really, it's just like all about just creating and putting it out there. And, you know, there's a lot of demand for what we do, which is great. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of resources now too that even 5-7 years ago they weren't there. So Cineversity, if you're on the 3D motion show, like you get scanned, we'll send you all that information. We have trainings going on like every week, so you can just stay up to date. Take a look at actually Julia's years ago. She's been presenting with us for over the course of years. So there's a lot that you can just get caught up on and start building and finding your own style. Yeah, awesome. Cool. All right, let's hear another round of applause for Julia. And up next will be EJ Hassenfratz. So stay tuned. We'll be getting rolling here in about 8 minutes. All right. See you then.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
drop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Maxon booth here at NAB East. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, a.k.a. Major VFX, if you're on all the Instawebs and all that fun stuff. I'm accompanied by, to my right, a longtime friend, amazing presenter, E.J. Hassenfratz. For those of you, a lot of you know him as a longtime educator and presenter with us. And happy to have you here, man. It's good to be back out.
It's good to be in New York City. I haven't been here in like 7 years.
It's been a minute. So
Yeah.
we're back. For those of you who are tuning in, if you're just tuning in, or if you're here, make sure to get your badge scanned if you have one. If not, register on 3D Motion Show. We're giving away an amazing Dell laptop. I use it myself on all the shows. It's really great for Redshift, if you're looking at GPU rendering, all that fun stuff, as well as a Sense Lab tablet. And that's going to be for anybody who registers during the show or on 3D Motion Show, as well as at Adobe Max. So check those out. Thanks to our sponsors. And without further ado, E.J. Hassenfratz.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you, everyone. There's a good crowd today. Dang, awesome crowd. Thank you so much for coming out. And hello on the interwebs. I don't know which camera is the interwebs, but hi, everyone on the interweb. Okay, that one. Hi, interwebs. Thanks for tuning in today. My name is EJ Hassenfratz. I'm creative director at School of Motion. How many people have heard of School of Motion? Amazing, so I don't need to hard sell you on that. But yeah, we have a bunch of cool courses there. I teach a couple of them, and we teach all things Cinema 4D. So if you're new to Cinema 4D or you're quite experienced, got awesome classes for you. We've also been putting some like awesome content on our YouTube channel, so go on the YouTubes. Yeah, so let me just give you a little bit of an idea of like what type of work I do and all the crazy kind of stuff I get into, at least for... I don't do much professional work these days. It's all like personal work, which is a blessing to be able to do that kind of stuff. But let me just show you a little bit of an idea of the type of work that I do. And even though I've been using PC for like 2 years now, I still don't know the buttons, so apologize for that. But here we go. Here is my reel. All right, so I like to do like kind of crazy character-y kind of stuff, but today we're actually going to be doing something completely different because, let me get back to where is that, do this. All right, so how many people are on Cinema 4D 2023 or 26? Any of the last two versions? All right, not a bunch of people. So, all right, everyone else that's not on that versions, I'm going to show you why you should be, because there's some pretty incredible stuff that has been added to Cinema 4D 26 that got even more features added to it in Cinema 4D 2023, and that is, whoop, don't jump the gun, and that is the new simulation system. So you all know and love the old dynamic system. You like right click, put the rigid body or soft body tag in something, and it's like a video game. It's like so much fun to play with. But for the longest time I was like, man, this is great and all, but like it's not stable, it's kind of slow, and you start seeing all these people on Houdini and they're making amazing stuff and you get so jealous and you're like, I wish I could do that. I'm here to tell you that we're getting there. We're getting there in Cinema 4D. I'm like paying attention to what Houdini people are doing, and I'm like, I wonder if I could do that with the new simulations. And most of the time I can get pretty dang close. So to kind of show you what can be achieved in a new simulation system, and for those of you who might be unfamiliar, in S26, they totally revamped the cloth and the spline dynamics, which is now called rope. And then in 2023, they added the new soft bodies on top of it. And it's particle-based system, so it's super fast, super stable. You don't have exploding polygons or anything like that. But let me stop blabbing and just showing this black screen. Let me actually show you some of the stuff that I've been experimenting with the new cloth system and rope systems in Cinema 4D. Okay, stop. Okay, there we go. So a little bit of that kind of stuff is what we are now able to do. And like stuff like this, like I saw this being done in Houdini, so I was like, let me try to do that. Same thing with this kind of stuff, like the very high detail cloth, the twist thing. I've been seeing being done in like X particles all the time. So it's just really incredible to be able to get this kind of stuff. Like I am continually amazed with what you can accomplish with the new Cinema 4D cloth. And if you want to kind of get like an overview of the cloth, you can definitely check out like School of Motion YouTube. I just did a tutorial on there just to kind of get up and running in it. But let me just show you like super basic stuff with the cloth and just like how far you can push it. So here we have a plane object. It's subdivided pretty high, you know. So let's go ahead and let's just right click simulation tags cloth. So the old system is still there. It's just all this stuff, but you don't want to really use this anymore because this is just way better. And then what we're going to do is let's hit Control Command D, go to simulation. So here is our scene and simulation settings. So just like the old bullet system where you had like the expert tab and all that stuff, we still have that. Just move to the simulation system. There's a bunch of new settings and stuff like that. But let's just quickly turn off gravity here. And actually, no, let's leave on gravity because let's show something. Let me just right click. If you right click on any of these arrows, it resets it to default. So if you don't know that, pro tip right there. Let's just leave that there. And let's grab a sphere. It's not shiny because that's Nick's domain, which he'll show it a little bit later, I'm sure. But so just like the old dynamic system, if you want to have an object be a collider, you just right click, simulation tags, collider, and then you hit play, and then magic ensues. And you're going to see that this is, yes, thank you, and that is the end of the presentation. Any questions? No. You're going to see we have all the subdivisions here from that low subdivided sphere. So I'm just going to crank up those segments and get more evenly spaced segments there by going to hexahedron. And we got this going on, and that's looking really nice. We can, let's go into our settings here. And some of the most important settings, and it's a little bit hard to wrap your mind around all these new settings, like in the old soft body system, and they had different terms for different things. Bendiness is basically how many wrinkles do you get on your cloth. So if I do like 99999, we're going to have a lot more wrinkly stuff going on. And if we up the segments, we're going to get even more detail. So let's see how far. Let's do 200 by 200. Let's get a little crazy here and see what kind of fine wrinkle detail we got. Look at that. And we're running in the viewport here too, pretty nicely. But there's a whole bunch of different things to keep in mind with where depending on how finely subdivided your mesh is, gets more wrinkles. If you have a high bendiness number here, stretchiness, very aptly named. It's just how much does this stretch. And we always got to think of things in terms of particles because this is a particle-based system. So think of like each edge or each vertice being a little particle in a particle system. Bounciness, friction, like all of these are very aptly named. Stickiness is really awesome. Basically what this presentation is going to be today is like me barely getting through all the cool things you can do and just trying to show you some of the stuff you can do. Let's go to some of these settings here. So simulation, very important thing two important things. One is the thing that controls the stiffness of cloth is substeps and the smoothing iteration. So the higher these numbers, the more stiff your cloth will be, but the more accurate your cloth will be as well. So that's a little bit of like a little gotcha where it's like, well, I want this to be a more accurate simulation. So if I bring this to like 60, and let's actually bring down some of the segments here, like 120, 120, and hit play, you're going to see that this is like a much stiffer cloth. If we bring the substeps up to even like 100, you're going to see how that tightens a little bit. Now, if I bring this down to 5, whoop, so it's less accurate, but because it's less accurate, it's also a little more loosey-goosey, so a little more give to that. So if you want to have looser cloth, not so stiff, bring in a lower number of substeps, and you can see how much more loose that is. And then these iterations are basically like multipliers on these substeps. Smoothing iterations is very important. With the old dynamic system, one of the things that would always happen is like you'd have a dynamic simulation. It looks awesome, but things like are jittering and popping. This is exactly what you would up to kind of solve that type of stuff. And you can even see as I'm upping this number how much more stiff this cloth is getting. So just something to keep in mind. Damping kind of just removes more energy from the simulation. So it's going to look like your cloth's underwater. So very brief overview. It's like a little ghost. Like, woo. And this is where like dynamics just become like super, super fun, is because this is running so nicely on this computer and you just get these really nice wrinkles and all this kind of stuff. But anyways, let's go and like that's your basic overview. So very important, the substeps, all these settings here. Another important thing is scale. Now, no matter what you're doing, whether it's lighting, it's camera work, any physics-based stuff like light fall-offs and all that stuff, one of the biggest mistakes I see in our students that come to School of Motion that have like never used 3D before is they don't pay attention to the scene scale. They don't model things to real world scale. And so if you look at like this cube, the radius and everything is in centimeters in Cinema 4D. So 20 centimeters, I'm pretty terrible with measurement, but like 20 centimeters is like what, that, right? 12 inches, is that 12? I don't know, but it's that. And if you want to get a sense of like, okay, well, what is centimeters, blah, blah, blah. One thing I always do to get a sense of scene scale is grab a figure object. I call him Bob the figure object. And this is the scale of this Bob figure here is 180 centimeters. It's modeled to be about as tall as a 6-foot person, okay? So if you want to get a sense of how big your objects are in your scene as it relates to real world scale, put Bob in there and he'll show you what's going on. So this is like the size of a basketball, right? And this is the size of like, that ball in Times Square that drops, right? On New Year's. So if you want to get a sense of like how big a deal scale is when it comes to not only lighting, like you want to have your lights be real world scale. So if you have a softbox, like you can see the softboxes, I know people online can't see it, but we have softboxes all around and they're like that big, right? So if you want a softbox in your scene, it's probably going to be this size. Very rarely do you have a softbox this size unless you're doing like a car commercial. So with lighting, with dynamics, scale matters. So let me just show you, this is the same exact objects, they're just different scales, right? Same exact settings on these cloth objects too. So if I hit play, you're gonna see how much of a difference that they look completely different simulations. So if you were doing a simulation, you're like, oh, I want a lot of wrinkles, but you modeled your sphere and your cloth to be massive, the reason why you're not getting these fine wrinkles is because your cloth, which you think is the size of like a napkin or a handkerchief, is actually the size of like a giant rug or a carpet or a giant massive flag, all right? So scale, very, very important. Just want to point that out right away. You won't be able to get the type of looks that you want if you're not working with the correct scene scale and stuff like that, okay? So now that we got a handle on like cloth and some of the settings and some of the gotchas, let's do some fun stuff with it. So one of the big things you can do with cloth is have it get affected by forces as well as field forces. How many people have used field forces before? All right, sweet. So field forces was added maybe a few versions back, maybe 20, 25 or something like that. And what field forces allows you to do is, let me just revert to save. Field forces allows you to use fields as particle forces. So remember how I said the new simulation systems are particle based? So what that means is you can go to the simulate menu here, and these are all your particle forces that can affect your cloth. So if I add turbulence in here, let's go to this plane, let's right click, simulation tags, cloth. Let's go to our scene settings here by Command or Control D, and now we'll turn off gravity. And if I turn off the turbulence and I just hit play, you just have this flat plane, nothing's happening at all. The moment I turn on turbulence, though, and let's crank up the values here, and the scale, whoop, now we're getting this really cool kind of stuff going on. And this is literally just like a turbulence object here. So if you don't know like what's going on with the turbulence, basically turbulence is just adding like a noise, and it's using that noise to just undulate the cloth. The strength is the overall power of that noise and how it's affecting and how much it's pushing those particles, and in fact pushing the cloth, the mesh. And the scale is how big that noise is. So if I have a big noise like this, you're going to get this really cool kind of spinny thing. If it's a tiny, tiny noise, let's go back. You can see that it's just like really nice, ripply. So one thing that's cool is just like double up on these. So I got like a big turbulence and a tiny turbulence, and you kind of combine them together and mix those details. Frequency is, you can see all that undulation. That's just the speed of the noise. So if you want to slow down the frequency, that's going to speed down or slow down that speed of that noise, so it'll undulate a little bit more. So those are like the turbulence fields, all that kind of stuff. Another thing that's really cool that I actually showed this in my CGraph presentation is if we go to simulate forces, rotation. And remember I did that like cool rotating cloth spin kind of thing. So if we hit play with this, it's like, woo, all right, we're rotating. So the rotation field, it's rotating around the z-axis here. So if I rotate this up, you can see that, all right, now we're rotating around the z-axis, but it's facing upwards. And another thing we can do is use fields to control these force objects. So now, let me just up the strength here. So now we're doing that spin thing, and that's literally how to get that spin look. It's like just a couple clicks. Like I don't know how long that took in X particles, but guarantee you probably took a little bit more clicks than this. But this is just forces and then using fields to control it. One of the really cool things we can do, let's go and let's grab a turbulent force just to get some nice undulation-y stuff going on in there. Like this. You bring that strength down. So just a little subtle turbulence. What we can do now is go to simulate forces, and let's go to field force. And what this allows you to do is use all of these different forces to manipulate your object. So if I grab a spherical force here, you can see all these little vectors here. And if I crank up the value, and one of the things that is a little, there we go. So you're seeing this is acting as like an attractor. So wherever I move this spherical field, the cloth is following. So if you wanted to like art direct your cloth flowing through your scene, and you know what, this isn't high detail enough. Let's add more subdivisions here. And then let's go into our simulation here. Let's bring this the substeps down to 15. And let's up the damping a little bit so this will make it look like it's a little bit underwater. And let's hit play again and grab the spherical field. Look at all those really nice wrinkles. And then we got this going, and we're just like, you know, could just move this around. Another cool thing you can do is let's go and let's just move this up and down. And you get this cool like wave effect. Something like that. Another cool thing is because of the strength is a positive number, it's going to act as an attractor. If we make this a negative number, like negative 100, this is going to act as like a repelling force. So now it's like, no, cloth's like, no, stay away from me, spherical field. Get away from me. I've seen where you were in New York City. And then you can just like, and this is almost acts like as like a cloth brush to some extent, because it's like I'm just like manipulating this and like just sculpting the cloth. And this is kind of cool. And actually I've heard that in ZBrush there is a cloth brush. Am I lying? Does anyone know about that? I think there's a cloth brush in ZBrush. Yes? No? Yes? Okay, I'm being told yes. Yeah. But this is just super, super cool. So one of the things you can do now, let me just bring that back to 100%, is we can start stacking forces and fields on top of this. So let's grab, to make this not so uniform, let's make this like a little, let's add like a layer of randomness on top of this. So random field, and let's do overlay. Is overlay the thing we want? Let's see. Yep. So if I turn that off completely, this is just going to have that attractor force. But if I add that random field, it's going to use noise to kind of break that up a little bit and make it look a little more organic. So we can adjust the scale there. And now we can move this spherical field around. And let's up the strength of this field force to 150 maybe. Let's up this even more. 350. And maybe even more. Let's do it. Let's go 1,000. Let's get crazy. There we go. Now we're starting to see some stuff. Maybe it's I need to bring down the random field. This is a nice thing too, where it's like these are acting like layers. So I can, yeah, see the overlay mode there was doing something there. So if I just pull back on the layer strength there, and you again like blending modes just like Photoshop as well. So let's bring the spherical field, and now we can have this like cool animation. But let's say you wanted to like keyframe this where you're moving this spherical field. We can easily do that with something called cappuccino. Who has used cappuccino before or even knows what it is? Other than the coffee. Coffee is good. All right. Has anyone used After Effects? I think it's called Motion Trace. Is that what it is? So it's the exact same thing, right? Where Motion Trace, what it does is you can move an object, a layer in After Effects, move it around the screen. It's going to record all those keyframes of wherever you move stuff. Cappuccino is exactly that, and it's pretty incredible because now what you can do is Cappuccino's right, is it there? I don't know why the icon isn't just like a cup of coffee. I don't know, but it's a mouse. So if you click on Cappuccino right down there, basically all you have to do is like just determine what aspects of this object you want to record. Position, scale, rotation, point level animation. For us, we're just gonna need to record position. And then all this other stuff is exactly great as it is. We want this to just like start at the current time and then just end whenever we release our mouse. And so all we need to do at this point is click Start Real Time. And then it's not going to start until you actually click your mouse. And then I can start moving this around. See how there's that like trail of dots? So those are all keyframes. So now I can just like art direct this and move this around and have this cloth move exactly how I want it to move. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger too. And you can see that I just released my mouse and that stopped that mouse recording. And you can see down here all of these keyframes. If I go into the timeline, we got all of these keyframes here. And if I hit tab to go to my F curve, you can see all those keyframes. Let's actually see, can we go to, you can actually reduce the keyframes here. Let me see if I can find the actual thing here. Going off script. There is a thing where you can reverse, let's select one of these, select all of these, right click. Let's see. If I can't find it in 5 seconds, I'll just bail on this. Function, key reducer, boom. All right, just before that 5 seconds I was gonna give up. So key reducer, what it allows you to do is, it's aptly named, it allows you to reduce keyframes. So if you click and slide this, you can actually remove keyframes just like that. Don't wanna bring it too far, you're just gonna remove all your keyframes. So there we can like clean up our keys a little bit so we don't have like 500 keyframes. And that just is a nice way to clean that up. So now if we hit play, whoop, it's a little jittery. We can smooth that out. So now we just recorded our mouse animation, and now we got this really cool thing happening, which is pretty nice. And you can stack field forces and add different stuff on top of it. The one thing that I hope is added is at the current moment, unless I'm missing something, the field forces here, or actually the forces here, do not interact with the field forces just yet. So the turbulence is actually getting overridden by the field force. And this is being continually developed, so I'm sure they'll just Maxon's gonna eventually add that back in. But yeah, this is just super, super cool. Let's go to, let's see. Let's show some more field force stuff here. So I showed a bunch of cloth. Let's show some ropes. Show you the ropes. Everyone's used that dad joke. Feel for this rope stuff. So rope dynamics, basically spline dynamics. Let's go. And one thing that's really cool is there is a segment capsule. If you don't know capsule, it's kind of like a whole separate presentation. But it's basically like built off the new object system that they're building behind the scenes, the node-based object system. So, you know, in the spline menu here, one of the things I always wish Cinema 4D had was just like a spline, just a single line primitive. And with the segments here, if you just type in SEG, the segment will show up. And I'll just add that. And basically, this is just a spline. Let me turn off this plus right here. This is just a spline, and you can adjust the amount of points that are on it. So you don't have to like subdivide it or anything like that. But let's change this so this is up and down. Whoops, what'd I do? So we'll just rotate this like so and move this up. And let me close out of this. And let me grab a plane object. And we'll make this a little smaller. There's my spline. What we're going to do is we'll right-click on the spline, go to Simulation, not cloth, but rope. And then plane, right-click, go to Simulation Tags, Collider, because we want this spline to collide into that. And you can see that it just like a stiff piece of pasta. And that's because we don't have very many subdivisions or points on that. So this is the nice part about using the segment here is we can up the segments and get something like that. So rope dynamics, and then let's add some geometry there. So let's grab an end side, and let's shrink this down. And again, real world scale. So a rope is not like 12 centimeters. 12 centimeters would be a rope that thick, so maybe half a centimeter. And then let's throw this in a sweep. And then segment, and now we got a nice little rope. And of course, we can up the segments even more. And we got some nice rope. So what we can do with this now is let's actually clone a bunch of rope. And let's turn off gravity as well. And let's bring back our plus sign here. So we got a sweep. And what we want to do is clone a bunch of these. Now, there's a little workflow involved in cloning a bunch of rope dynamic splines. And how you do that is by bringing a cloner. You're going to bring this in your hierarchy here, and you're just going to put your segment or your spline underneath that cloner. And let's use radial. Let's do this. Let's just rotate this like so. And we're going to place the rope tag on the cloner and not the segment. And then what we can do is hit play, and nothing's going to happen. Or actually, you're not even going to see more ropes here because the sweep object is only sweeping one spline. So to make the sweep object recognize all of the clone segments, all the clone splines, all we're going to do is use the Swiss Army knife of Cinema 4D, which is the connect object. Place the cloner underneath the connect, and voila, we now are sweeping all of these splines that are being cloned. So if we up the count a little bit, and then we have this object here act as a collider as well. So this is just a plus sign with a vibrate tag on it, so it's just going to move around a little bit. Woo! Something like that. And so now we just got all these, just hitting all these pool noodles like that. Now, one of the really cool things with field forces, and this has been, you've been able to do this for a while now, is you can use objects as attractors. So let's go back into our simulate forces, field force. And again, like all of the workflows you've used with forces before, like objects can be used as field forces, splines, all that kind of stuff. So if we just drag and drop this object into that field force area, it's going to be using the points or the surface. We can actually use the surface of this to act as a force. And now you can see all these vectors. If I up this radius, so this is how far out this force is gonna be like an attractor. And let's up this strength, and you see all those vectors getting even longer. And now you can see, oh, this is actually being a repellent. So let's actually bring a negative number in here. And now, hopefully you can see, well, it's still being a repellent. Let's go back, hit play. There we go. So now all the noodles are getting attracted, which is pretty cool. And like, there might be some intersections. So if you have some intersections, go into your dynamics tab. If you have popping, again, that's where you up the smoothing. Collisions, this is where if you're seeing objects intersect with each other, you want to up these numbers. Another thing with the rope dynamics is you can actually set what your radius is. So it's very important to kind of match this radius with whatever your radius is here. So 0.5, 0.5, that should be good. So now we just have this really cool noodly attract kind of thing. And maybe we want those noodles to bend a little more. That's where we can go into this bendiness tab, bendiness field there, and just up the bendiness value. And we get something that looks like this. Now, one of the coolest thing with the new simulation system is it's like fast, it's stable, where you had very complex cloth, things would explode. Same with splines. Like, let's just up the cloner here to like 50. Let's go 100. Let's do it. See what happens. So now we got, let's hit play here. Now we got 100 splines interacting with each other. And so you can see there's some intersection there. But again, we can just up some of these settings here. But we got like spaghetti flying in the air. And I love using objects as attractors because you can get really cool effects like this that literally took, you know, a few clicks, right? All right, let's see. We got about 20 more minutes. Let's see what else we can get into. One of the really cool things, now we're talking about cloth and ropes and soft body dynamics and all this stuff. The nice thing is that it's all unified, which means they all play with each other. In the old dynamic systems, cloth was separate, soft bodies was separate, spline dynamics was separate. So if you wanted splines to interact with soft bodies, they didn't see each other. Now that's fixed because, again, it's unified. So we can do something like this and have these splines. So we have objects with these splines on a rope tag, cloth, and then I'm just gonna like squeeze this in. And so we got this nice little cloth interacting with the rope there. Really, really nice. Let's go, whoop. See if there's a slide for anything here. So this is just an example of like some of the high detail cloth you can get as well. Like how I just cloned all those splines. Like you could do, let's clone, do I still have, yeah. So let's do this. And this is really cool. I just saw this. Someone posted something just today. I think they used vellum in Houdini where they had like a bunch of, I think it was like spherical pieces of cloth. So let's grab a disc here. Let me just drag and drop this, the cloth tag on the disc and B, so you can see those subdivisions. Let's up the segments here, something like that. And let's actually, because how this is subdivided, it's way more dense in the center than the outside. So one thing that's really nice to be able to use is a remesher. Remesher is incredible. It's really awesome. It is from ZBrush, and it allows you to just like remesh something and kind of make everything more evenly subdivided here. So we can bring down the mesh density here to something maybe like that. Let's make that editable. And now what we can do is let's clone a bunch of these. So let's just be the disk. And let's clone. Whoop. Got a little bit of lag with this mouse. Let's go to linear. And let's just clone a bunch of these close together like little pancakes. And if you want to clone a bunch of cloth, you need to apply the cloth tag onto the cloner here. So we'll go simulation tag, cloth, and let's hit play. And you can see how we got this like nice little thing like that. Just kind of cool. But you can have multiple cloth here. Let me, dang it, mouse, let's go. My mouse has not had enough coffee today. It's like very slow. Let me just up the count here, because this is the great thing about it. It's like, again, like I'm just amazed playing and experimenting with this stuff all the time. It's like amazing what you can do and just like how far you can push the new cloth system. So here I have 34 little clothy things. Hit play, and now we can kind of like move all these together. And let's add some more wrinkles in here as well. So bendiness, 99999. And of course, if you want even more detail, we would subdivide these meshes, but like you can do these like multiple stacked pieces of cloth fairly easily and get really, really cool looks like that. All right, let's go to another thing that's really cool, which is, I think I got a slide for this. Dynamic connectors. And this is really, really awesome, what this allows you to do. So in the old simulation system, come on, mouse, you can do it. There we go. Whoop, mouse. All right. So in the old simulation system, if you wanted to connect something to something else, you would have to like literally select those objects and connect it to it. In the new versions of Cinema 4D, we can, let's do this. We can use something called dynamic connectors to do the same thing. So if we wanted to connect all of these pieces of cloth to this plane right here, and let's actually put the default cloth settings in here, or default segments in there. We want to connect all these strips of cloth to this object. What we're going to do is first remember that if we want to add cloth to cloned objects, we need to place that cloth object on the cloner. And then this plane object here, we also are going to need to have be dynamic, because how we're going to connect these two groups of objects together is using something called, let me right click, go to simulation tags, connector. So this is called a dynamic connector. It connects two dynamic objects together. It's very aptly named. So to have this work with this plane object, and before what you would do is you'd go into the dresser and you'd actually have to physically select the points that you want to attach to another object. Go into here, select all those points, hit set fix points, and then if you wanted to update that, you'd have to go back in, select all your points, hit this again. It was a pain in the butt. This is much easier. So using the dynamic connector, first thing we need to do is if we want these objects to connect to this plane, we need to make this plane object dynamic. So we're going to go to simulation tags, cloth. And so now everything, let's see, gravity's on, so that's great. And now what we got to do is go to this connector, dynamic connector here, and let's check on update live. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to up this search radius. So this is just how far out this connector is trying to find objects to connect to. And you can see all of these little connections being built here, which is really nice. And so that's saying like, okay, it's finding two dynamic objects to connect together. So let's hit play here and wait for it. Whoop. Everything's just going to start falling. And I do have some friction and turbulence in here, but you can see that those objects are connected together. But what if we wanted to say like, hey, plane object, stay where you're at. Just stay fixed and just let all the little dangly bits just be dangly bits, right? So another important thing is that you can see how low subdivided our cloth is. Whoops. Let's bring this back. So the dynamic connector is it's making connections based off of vertices. So if your object here, like if our plane had a segment of 1 and 1, and we tried to up this connector, you can see that it's like, okay, it's just connecting to the edges there because these are where the vertices are. So if we wanted to make connections right here, 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 and here, we just need to make sure that our geometry that we're using as a connector has enough connections. And then anytime you up the segments or you move everything, to update it, just go to your dynamic tag here or your connector tag and just like, boop, just touch that and it'll update. Another thing I like to do is because I always have to finagle that, I'm just going to click and drag to move that search radius in here, right click and just show always. And then if I click off that, I can always adjust this and tweak this. So if I, if I up the, let's actually select this and up the height and count, count width and height, and you're going to see that everything just stretched out. And that's only because we just changed the terms of the connector, and all we got to do is touch that again, and that updates. And now we hit play. Again, we need to make sure this top cloth is in place. So to do that, it's very simple. All we got to do, and this was added in 2023, this mix animation tab. All right, no viruses. That's sweet. Thank you. So now all we got to do is this mix animation was added in 2023, and this acts as the old follow position, follow rotation. So if you wanted a dynamic object, but you wanted it to just stay into place, this is exactly what this does. So what we're going to say is like, all right, this object, this dynamic object, check this on, and it's kind of how they name these things is a little weird. So mix animation is like, if your object has animation in it, it's going to respect that animation but have dynamic stuff go along with it. But if you don't have any animation on that object and it's just static, it's just going to stay right there. So if I hit play now with pins activated, you're going to see that now this object right here is in place, but I can freely rotate this around and animate this and do whatever I want, and these little ribbons will kind of follow along with it, which is really cool. So I can go in here. Let's go back and let's undo those rotations there, and I can make command click and drag to duplicate this. And since we updated that and added a new object, we're going to need to touch that a little bit and see how the connections are here. And then what we can do is let's right click on both of these animation tags, vibrate, and this is just like the wiggle expression kind of deal. And let's just crank up some random rotation in here, hit play. And now let me actually make this a negative rotation. So now well, that's a little too much. Now we can have things kind of rotate around. And this is like no keyframes involved whatsoever. There's some intersections and stuff going on there, but we can totally fix that with some of these collider settings here. We can slow everything down, make it look like it's underwater with the damping as well. Really, really cool stuff. Now, the one last thing I'm going to show is, again, there's just like not enough time to show all the cool stuff you can do here. Let's do... where is the thing? Cloth. I really need to name things better because it's like cloth thing, cloth thing. Let's just do it from scratch. Let's do it from scratch. I know how to do it. I've trained extensively in just this. So let's do 100 by 100 plane there. I'm going to right click. Going to do cloth. And then we are going to add any spline we'll do here, but I'm going to grab a helix. And let's just crank up the end angle here so it's a lot of spirals. Start radius, let's shrink that down. Height, we'll bring that down to 0. And let's just up the end angle here a lot. So we got this little spiral, and then we'll rotate this down like so. And so now we have this spline. Let's make this dynamic. So we'll go to render tags. We will add a rope. And well, actually, we don't want a spline, or we don't want a plane. We need a cube, because what we're going to do is we're going to inflate this up. So to have any inflation, you need a closed mesh. So let's just make this 200 by 1 by 200. Let's up the segments here like so. And let's delete that plane. And now we got a cloth tag on here. And let's make sure gravity is off. And A. And let's do something like that. And now what we can do is let's do some inflation here. Now to inflate, let me just go to this cloth tag here. And inflation forces is called balloon. And so I'm just going to check on balloon. and we got two values here. The first one is what is the strength of that ballooning, the overpressuring, the inflation, and then over what period of time do you want that inflation to go from 0% inflation to that full overpressure value? And why they add that in here, let me just, let's do 40 and see what this does. So between frame 0 and frame 50, we're going to have this nice inflation. Now what happens if we do this and the expansion time is 1? Pop! So that's where things get a little crazy. And you can see that the dynamic spline's actually interacting with this as well. But that's why the expansion time's in here, because we used to like keyframe this, right? We used to keyframe the strength of this over time, which you can still do, keyframe the pressure. But this is looking nice. To get rid of these like weird ripple things, let's grab Shift C. Let's add friction object. Whoop. Like so. And let's bring this up to, don't be afraid with these forces objects to like really crank up the values to like, 100. And this should hopefully smooth this out. Looking good. We can also go to the dynamic settings here, maybe up the damping a little bit. And now we got like a pillow, basically. But now what if we wanted to stitch the helix here, this spline right there, and like have that hold down the cloth and make it look like there's stitching anywhere that spline is? Well, what we can do is use that dynamic connector again. Simulation, dynamic connector. And then all we need to do is up that search radius here. And let's see here. We got this. Update live, make sure that's on. Yep. So just make sure update live's on, and you can start to see that it's building connections on this mesh wherever there is the spline intersecting with this mesh, and it's building connections there, okay? So now, if we hit play, whoop, we got this cool inflation thing going on, and let's just up this Fong tag angle here to get rid of that like boxy thing, and that's looking pretty good. And what if we wanted to, let's bring down the pressure here as well, because this is a little too much, 30. And that's looking pretty nice. Let's add more wrinkles. This is a little too stiff. Yet another thing that was added in Cinema 4D 2023 was rest length. If you've watched any of my old tutorials on any of the old dynamic stuff, most of those techniques were done using this target length. What this target length does is basically allows your mesh to either grow or contract or shrink from the original size. So if I have a target length of 85, let's just let this play back again. It's just going to shrink in. But if we have a target length of 115, it's going to expand out, and we're going to get this cool kind of, it's going to let the cloth grow and expand. And you can see right off the top, we're getting these cool wrinkles, but everything's kind of expanding because our spline is also dynamic. You can see it floating around out here. So what if we wanted to have our spline just stay where it is and not be, still be dynamic, but not be reacted with all these dynamic forces? So remember how we did that with the plane object and the little dangly bits. We went to that object and we used the mix animation. So there's mix animation on the helix too. And if we say, okay, with pins, let's just pin this down. So the spline will be dynamic, but it's not going to move anywhere. And so if we hit play now, you'll see the spline is intact. And now this is just going to like inflate. And another thing we can do is like, all right, let's actually increase the size of this spiral. And let's make this, whoop, not that. Let's increase the end angle here as well so we get even a tighter spiral. And again, remember we have to update this. So it looks like Spyro Gyro. So we just need to make sure we update this a little bit there. And we can even up the max connections. And we can also adjust how many intermediate points are on the spline. You can see these are spaced away fairly well. If we just up the number here, whoop, this is going to increase the amount of subdivisions on our spline. And again, we look like Spyro Gyro again. So let's hit this and literally just touch it. And you'll see now we have more connections, more density with those connections. Let's up it even more. Why not? Let's do like 65. And again, we'll have to update this again. So now we have all these connections here looking really nice. And now what we can do is inflate this again, and we got this whoop, inflated too much. So let's just get the overpressure down to like 20. Whoop. And this is cool too, because you can even like keyframe the overpressure and like have stuff pop out or like go down again. Zoop. So really, really cool stuff. What you can do in Cinema 4D 2023. And I'm sure I didn't even get to like soft body dynamics. And let me just show you really quick. Okay, I got the thumbs up to show you really quick one thing. So that's inflation with cloth. Soft body dynamics, like I've barely touched at all. Yes, educational, sure. Let's do, if anyone has watched my channel, there's an OG iDesign tutorial where there's the letter 8, and it looks like a bubbly 8, and I inflate and deflate it, and it was like a half-hour tutorial, and yes, I talk a lot too, but it was a lot of stuff. It's much easier now, just to say, like with all the new things that have been added since I probably did that tutorial in Cinema 4D R17 or something like that. But let's just say we want to make the bubble text first. So we got a text object, and what we're going to do to make it nice and bubbly is we're just going to throw it in a volume builder and a volume mesher, and you can see that we got like all this janky geometry. Well, now with the remesher, we can throw that in the remesher, and we're going to get a nice, woo, like look at that nicely subdivided mesh right there. And so what we're going to do with that is we're just going to connect a current state to object, and we'll turn all these off. So there's our 8. And then what we're going to do, let's just move this up a little bit. And we're going to do some inflation here. So let's right click, simulation tags, soft body, which I like the little jellyfish guy here. That's a pretty cool icon. Like if I wanted a shirt with this, like an icon from Cinema 4D, it'd be jellyfish, jiggle deformer. I mean, come on, that's a cool icon. And then the melt, like top 3 icons in the new system, like jellyfish up there. Anyways, soft body, let's turn that on. And so that's on, and let's hit this, let this hit play, and we got bloop, this little thing like that. And what we can do is that same trick where we can go into the mix animation, check on with pins. And again, what that's going to do is it's just going to hold it into place. But what we can do with this is control the influence of the pin effect with a map or a vertex map. So what we can do is just add a vertex map here. Text map. So there it is. You can actually apply vertex maps to like a MoText object as well. You don't need to make it editable anymore, which is super cool. But then let's go into here, and we can use forces on your vertex map to control it. And let's go to linear field. And so now, let's actually hide. So this is just a floor. I'm just going to hide that real quick. So what we can do is, with this vertex map in the field, we can control the strength of that vertex map strength. So whatever's red is 100% strength, whatever's yellow, 0%, and then you blend in between 0 and 100%. So what we can do with this is go into this cloth tag, drag and drop that vertex map into the map here. And basically what we can do now is control what parts of our object are stuck and which aren't. And so let's actually invert this. Let's go into our vertex map and invert, because we actually want the opposite. We don't want dynamics to happen right away. So let's do that. Hit play. And whoop. So it's inverted, but you can see what's going on. Let's actually rotate this around like so. Matthias is hulking over me, so we're wrapping this up. Cloth inflation. Deflate. Inflate. And let's actually just adjust these settings really quick. So in soft body, we can adjust the softness. So let's do just 888. And this will make it a little softer, and you get this bloop. Yeah. So that's inflation right there. Deflate, inflate, just a few steps. But yeah, so many things I wanted to get to, so little time. But if you want to learn more about cloth, I have a SIGGRAPH presentation that I did in 2022. You can find that on Cineversity. I have a cloth tutorial on School of Motion that just came out a couple weeks ago. And then just today, I did a little bit more in depth with that stitching effect. And I show you in the tutorial actually how to animate on the stitching as well. So check out, let me bring up that slide. One more slide. Whoop. All the things I didn't get to. Soft bodies. Oh, also if you want to, here's just some people that are really amazing, that are doing really cool stuff with cloth. Vincent Schwenk, if you don't know him, he's doing some of the coolest stuff. He's a Houdini guy. Same with Motion Punk Thanos. They both use Houdini and Cinema 4D, so they're like really trying out like some stuff that was made in Vellum, and then if they can do it in Cinema 4D as well. Subframe Studio, like follow all these people because they're doing incredible stuff and really testing the boundaries of the new cloth system. And then, yeah, this is me. Thank you so much.
All right.
You can follow me all to integrate. Yeah.
Big round of applause for EJ, everyone. All right, we're gonna go through these kind of quick so we can get through them. Anybody in the audience question first? All right, cool. We'll go right to the internet. Internet is wondering, can you use the cloner to connect multiple cloths to an object using cloth belt tag?
So cloth belt is almost obsolete now because using the dynamic connectors, you can do that stuff easily.
So use
I would
dynamic
just
connectors.
use the same technique that I showed with the cloned strips and then the main plane object, and you just use dynamic connectors. You don't need to select points anymore. That's the old laborious way of doing that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Someone was wondering, can you make the noodles stick? I think it was to the cross thing.
Yes.
Using the new sticky feature.
Yes, absolutely.
So yes, and then
all these things I couldn't get to, but
yeah,
there's just scratching the surface of what this new stuff can do.
And do you use do you do the sim with simpler primitives and then add thickness to the planes?
Yeah.
Or is that the workflow that you use?
Yeah, so you can totally, if you're using Redshift or Octane or whatever, you can totally use their @render subdivision stuff. But let me see if I have. Yeah, so my stack will be cloner and then cloth surface to thicken it and then subdivision surface to make it even more dense. So what you want to do is make sure that you're applying the simulation to the lower poly thing and then subdivide it either with your subdivision surface or right click, let's do that. Render tag, Redshift. Where are you, Redshift? Gotta switch this to this first. But yeah, those of you that don't know, if you go to render tags, Redshift object tag, go to geometry, override tessellation. This is the Redshift version of subdivision surface, and it happens at render time, which is really great because it's not gonna, bog down your viewport or anything like that by having the subdivisions happening here. But yeah.
So that's the yes.
That's the yes.
All right, awesome. Another big round of applause for EJ.
Thank you so much, everybody.
And stay tuned, everybody. We're going to get our next presenter up here in just a few minutes. So Dave Weinstock. So hang out, folks.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Okay. All right, everyone. Welcome to the Maxon booth here at NAB New York. I'm your host, Matthias, a.k.a. Major VFX, on the 3D Motion Show. For those of you who don't follow along online and this is your first time, check out 3dmotionshow.com. We're streaming pretty much every month a lineup of amazing artists. Want to give this gentleman as much time as possible. He has some really cool stuff, so let's give a big, warm welcome to Dave Weinstock.
Hey, thank you guys. So yeah, I'm Dave. I'm a freelance motion and 3D generalist. I live in the area and I also work remotely. I'm going to show you guys my reel first so you get a sense of the kind of work I'm doing, and then I'll dive into a personal project I recently completed and we'll break down some of the scenes I did there. So here's my reel. Alright, so there was my reel. Most of the 3D in that was Redshift and C4D. And you'll see some clips in there of some Halo shorts that I did recently. I'm going to show you guys that, and then we'll break down some of the scenes. So here's the short. Hopefully it gets you in the Halloween spirit. Alright, so that was the short. It's all Cinema 4D and Redshift. It's based on Halo. My buddy Alex helped me out with the modeling of the environment. So I'm just going to dive right into some of the shots I did. The first shot we're going to go over is the helmet fracture scene where it first reveals the flood monster, which is basically like a thing like Parasite, if you guys have ever seen that film. So let's kill the audio because that's quite gross. Alright, click play. So there's a lot going on here. If we just slow it down a little bit, like the helmet itself, you can kind of see here it's moving upwards and then it's shattering, and that causes some problems with the Voronoi. So there's a few different steps you have to do to get this kind of look. And the first thing I did is I ripped the helmet out of this render scene and then just did everything at world 0 like this here. So this is what the actual simulation looks like. So you'll see there's 3 balls moving through there. These are collider objects. I've got a pose morph on my head here and the helmet to move it upwards. So boom. So I'm going to do a new scene. And I'm just going to break down how I did this effect. So let's get rid of all these tags. Center this guy up. Cool. All right, so here's our helmet. First thing we need to do is we need to add a pose morph tag. And that would be under your rigging tags here. Pose morph right there. All right, and then under mixing, we need to do points because that's what's going to be animating. So we put the points tag on there, or we click points, and we have a base pose, which will just be the helmet by itself, unaffected. And then we'll have pose 0, and this is where the animation happens. It's going to move the helmet apart. So the first thing you got to do is you got to go to points mode. We'll do our live selection tool, and I'll make this a little bigger. I'm going to uncheck visible only, so everything under the cursor is going to be selected, even things on the back side of the helmet. And then we'll do some soft selection so it's not really jagged when you move this around. So let's select. I'm going to move this up, rotate it a little bit. Let's do the bottom, down, and this is like the helmet flexing before it breaks, because maybe it's made of plastics and some metals, so it kind of has like a cool little animation to it. So then, okay, we're going to go over in the mode here, and we're going to switch to animate mode. And basically, it's going to give you this strength slider here. And this is what I'm animating. So the first frame, obviously, it's going to be unaffected. And then let's say it'll happen pretty quick. So we'll do by frame 12, we'll do 100%. And then I kind of just went through here and I added like random keyframes to kind of give it like a little bit of stutteriness, like it's flexing under the tension of this gross thing head, you know, that's popping out. So let's see how this looks. It might look a little weird here. That's good enough. So yeah, on the final one, obviously I did a decent amount of finesse, but that'll do for now. So the next part of this is we need to shatter the visor, right? So the visor, in order to select it, you just click UF, and that's going to do your fill selection tool. So we're going to select the visor here, and then you can either click UP, that splits it out, or you can right-click and do split. So we've got our visor here. Let's name this so we don't get confused, and then we'll just call this the helmet cage object, and that'll come back into play in a little bit. Whatever object. Okay. So if we put a Voronoi fracture into this scene, which is how we would fracture an object in C4D, put it under there, okay. So let's turn off the cage objects. Okay, so you see we're getting kind of like a lame fracture here. So that would be under the sources here. This is how you fracture your object. So I'm going to delete that out. I'm going to bring in my own object to fracture this to give it more of like a glass window shatter look. So we're going to put a disk in here. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Let's change this to +Z. Maybe drag it up here. Move it back. Scale it down. Okay, let's click NB. That's how you do your line mode. N pretty much is all the viewport modes. Very helpful shortcut to know. So if we go back to our Voronoi and then we put this in the source, it's gonna look like nothing's gonna happen. But if you keep zooming this down, you'll start to see it's cutting our object. Now if we add even more disk segments in here, look at that. We're getting more of like a glass-like shatter here. And then what I also like to do is I add a displacer object, put that into the disk. Then under shading, let's add a noise. So yeah, now you get more of like an organic shatter pattern here. I'm probably going to change that up here under object. Let's do direction planar, and then we'll do +Y or -Y, yeah. So see, it gets a little bit more organic. And then let's go back actually to shading and global scale here. This is going to change how our displacer is displacing. You see, this is what it looks like, which is complete junk geometry, but it is it's cutting our visor in a kind of a cool, unique way. And then you can save that. We can turn that off there. All right, so we've got our Voronoi fracture here, but if we play this, it's shifting, right? And you don't want it to shift when you're doing dynamics on it. So what you need to do is you need to right-click here, and we got to do current state to object right here. And then I'm going to just turn this off. I like to save all my stuff in case you have to go back a step, because it just makes things easier instead of saving out versions of projects, I think. So I'll just do I'll call this archive. So our Voronoi's here. What we're going to do with this, though, is if you middle click the parent null, it'll select all your objects. And I'm just going to collapse this into a single object. So now I got just a single object here. It's not animated or anything. But if we go back and we look at our cage object here, we still have the full intact helmet. So if I come in here and I do a mesh deformer, and I'm going to put that on our let's rename this to visor fractured. And in the mesh object here, you see it's looking for a cage object. So that's why I saved this. Drag it in there. And then under advanced, do surface area. Initialize, and see it's telling you that it's working here. And then it puts these two little tags on here. That's basically removing it from the render engine. We don't care about that, so I'm just going to delete them. We can we'll keep this on actually. Now if you click play, everything's moving together. It's static object, right? So it's going to shatter correctly if we add in dynamics. So let's do our normal fracture object. Let's put that in there. And then if we want this to actually break open, we need to go under mode here and set this to explode segments. Now this is going to be treated as individual objects. So if I right click here and I put a rigid body tag on here, it's going to start to fall apart. You can see it's individual objects. That's not what we want though. So I'm going to set this trigger down here on the dynamics body tag to on collision. So now only when something acts upon this, it's going to break a collision object. So let's take actually the cage out of our archive. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the visor from this. Just delete. Okay, and now we have our fracture object. Oh, wait, one sec. We have to duplicate, go back. Okay, cool. Duplicate it, turn it off. This object here will be our render object. Call it just render. Let's go back to polygon mode, delete. Now we got it. Okay. So we have a full intact helmet now. We've got the outer helmet, we've got the inner shattered helmet. So if we click play, it should be working. Oh, it just exploded. There we go. So it's all stretching exactly how we want it. So if I go back to this, put that in there. All right, so we have our fracture. Now we need something to bust this thing open. So I'm going to put a sphere in the scene. This is what I ended up doing for the final one. I'm going to scale this down a little bit. Let's bring it all the way up. Okay, I'm even smaller. Yeah. All right, so we're going to put a collider tag on this under bullet tags. Just add a collider body. Cool. And now I'm going to animate this moving through the visor. So that would be coordinates. Let's move it down a little bit. Maybe at the, yeah, right there. And we'll shoot it out. It's still way too big. I'll make that go a little smaller. So let's see, maybe 4. Yeah, I think that'll work. Now let's play. It's a little bit slow, but it's working. So this is pretty much how I did the effects here. I had 3 of them, so one going from the right to the left, and then some on the lower face. And then what I ended up doing with the actual head, if we go to this scene, here he is. Let's bring him in. So here's the face, and it's going to look really wonky because basically what I'm doing is I am squishing the head in so it fits in the helmet, and then with the pose morph tag like we did on the outer helmet, I'm just animating these pose morphs. So the final thing you can do on this scene, if you really want to sell it, is these are just like single planes right now. So what you can end up doing to get some thickness to these is you just put a cloth object in here and you turn off subdivisions. Just give it like a really small thickness and then put in the fracture and it will reset. So what you want to do with this is you want to cache your object first. So if you bake this out, it shouldn't take too long. But then the cloth object will work. It'll give you some thickness to your little glass shards there. So if we play, let's do this. Yep. Now it comes off. We do maybe NA. Yeah. So that's how I did the helmet fracture. The next scene I want to show you guys is the arm scene where the tentacles are coming out of the arm. So that was actually done in Houdini. This was in Vellum. And my friend Seiji Anderson set up a nice little goop line setup on this. But when we had made this, it was Cinema 4D R25, I think, had just come out. So we didn't have the new cloth tools or anything like that. So I kind of went back and tried to remake this in a way that could utilize the new tools that we just got. So if we look here, this is kind of what I came up with. Just going to give it a second to load here. So yeah, pretty gross. The rig on this, basically, there's no keyframes. If we take a look here, let's turn everything on right here. So it's a simple IK rig for the arm. And then we have the two tentacles here. And then all the animation, you'll see how it's kind of like moving around, like he's struggling. It's all vibrate tags, basically, and I'm just doing a position and rotation. And for anyone who doesn't know, vibrate tag is under animation tags. and it's just going to add noise to your animation. So this is kind of what I ended up doing just for the animation. For the cloth ripping, it was actually almost base settings on this, and it worked really well. So let's turn off the rig so we can see what we're doing. Okay, I'm going to remove the cloth stuff from here. And now if you play, nothing's happening, right? Delete the goop too. We don't need that. Okay, so this is what we got as our base animation, right? Now we got to add some cloth tags to this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move this out of here. We don't need this for now. Let's go under, right-click, simulation tags, cloth. All right, cool. And if we just click play on this, it's just going to go off into space, right? So it's not, we need colliders on this. So obviously the most obvious solution here is the arm and the glove. Probably need colliders on it. So if we go back to simulation, let's do collider. Yep, this little coat hanger here. And then I'm going to control drag that up onto the glove. Let's play. So that's closer, right? But it's not ripping, and the sleeve is falling down the arm, which is bad. So if we click on our arm here and we go to point mode, you'll see I already have it selected, but basically I'm doing a loop selection on the very last row of points. UL is how to do loop selections. So you select your loop here, and then you go back into your cloth tag under dresser, and you just do set fixed points right here. So if you click set, it'll turn purple, and that basically means that this thing is not going to move in the simulation. It's kind of like holding it in place. So now if we play, it's working mostly. It's just not ripping, right? So if we, let's see here, my keyframes. So if we go back to the 0 here, frame 0, let's add some tearing to this. So if we go into the new surface tag that was added in R23, there's this little checkbox here, clear cloth tearing. So let's click on that. Now let's click play. So now that looks pretty good. I mean, I would probably just use that and I would call it done, especially if you're trying to do an entire short film. You don't want to get bogged down on a single shot because you'll never finish it. But if we look at the actual rip again, there's like this cloth in the center that didn't get ripped. So I kind of want to match that. And in order to match that, what you can do is you can go into your jacket now, go back to frame 0, and you can actually draw on a map for the tear object to utilize. So if we go over here to live selection, let's select the arm here. I'm doing the same exact selection you guys just saw, but I'll just do it again. All right. So now we go up to select, store selection, and what this is going to do, it's going to give us a new tag here. I'm going to call it arm rip. All right, cool. So now if we go back to our cloth tag here, we got to go under the tear past little chevron here. You click that down, that's where your map goes. So we'll drag that in there. And then you need to up this tear past value to something pretty high in order for it to actually respect the map you put in. So I'll do 275. So yeah, that's pretty close. Maybe a little bit less actually, because this one didn't up here didn't rip as much. So maybe like 250. Let's see what that looks like. It's similar. It ripped a little bit more, but you know, I like it better when it ripped all the way open. So I'm just gonna do 175. Let's click play on that. How's that look? Yeah, that looks really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that one. All right, so I'm gonna bake this now. Let's just cache it. Let's calculate cache. Let me see real quick. If you do Control D, you can go into your simulation settings, and you can kind of set higher collision iterations, passes, and that sort of stuff. If you're getting like collision with your geo on your cloth, this is where you would try to fix that. So I already have some higher passes here, but I just wanted to double check and make sure that was up before we calculate. And it will take longer for your simulation to simulate if you up those settings. But this is really fast as is. So there we go. There it's simulated. So now what we got to do is we got to add in the little goop lines in between the arm there. So how I ended up solving this in Cinema was I basically built a cloner, Shift-C, cloner, and then I built a null object. I'm gonna clone this null object onto this arm. So if we go back into the cloner and we go to mode, let's do object, and then we'll drag in the arm into here. All right, let's click play. And you can kind of see here, there's just like 1 or 2 points. So let's up this to like 2,000, like a lot. All right, now you can see more. And what I also like to do is under the object tab here, under shape, if you set this to, I don't know, circle, and a much lower value, you can kind of see more what you're doing. All right, so we don't want it everywhere because this is going to be sampling like exactly where the goop line is going to go. So I'm going to draw another map on the arm here, which is already selected. But when you're going back into polygon mode and you have an object that's already skinned and rigged, it's going to go back to its default pose. So what I like to do is I like to go back to object mode, and then like near the end of the animation here, we'll be able to see. Okay, so I can see exactly where I'm going to want these lines to show up here. So I'm going to right click and let's see, current state to object. Okay, cool. So now if I select on here, you see it's the end pose. So it's easier for me to understand what's going to happen. So I'm going to select here. There's some of there. That looks cool. All right, cool. So if I go to store selection again, it's going to give me a new tag, and I'll just call this goop. And if we go back to our cloner, well, first we actually have to take this tag since this is a separate piece of geometry, and since it's the same exact piece of geometry, we just put it back onto our animated object, and I can just delete that now. So if I go to the cloner, I'm going to drag that new goop selection onto here, and now it's only in these areas. So the final C4D step, at least on this, would be to add a tracer object to your scene. And I'll show you what this looks like rendered in just a second. Let's drag the cloner into the trace link down here. Cool. And if we click play, what's going to happen is it's just going to trace where these objects are. And that's not really very goop-like. So under tracing mode, if you just do connect all objects, there we go. That looks pretty gross. So yeah, that's working. And if we go over here, Redshift, let's launch the render view. All right, cool. So this is what it looks like rendered. So we'll show up in the viewport here. Oh, let me get this a little bigger. So you'll see nothing is rendering here, right? There's no lines. So what we need to do is on the tracer object, let's add a render tag rs object. Now it kind of understands what you want to do. It's a curve, right? So under mode, let's set that to cylinders. And it's going to be absolutely gigantic. Let's make it smaller in the thickness. Maybe even smaller. Let's do that. Now this little scale here, the way the tracer object works, it's not like a bunch of little splines, it's just one long spline. So if we go in here in the scale and we just kind of like, you know, really mess with this curve, it's going to give you different varying lengths of lines. So let's put our shader on here. All right, cool. So if we get in a little close here, you can kind of see it's kind of showing up here between the two tentacles. Cool. So let's turn this off for now. There's still one more thing we need to add to this to finish it off, and that's basically where these lines are connecting. There needs to be like a layer of goop, and if we go back and look at the actual one, Seiji had set up like right down here, this little jello-looking stuff. So I'm going to set that up real quick. If we go to the arm geo again, that tag we used, this one, is in the perfect locations for the lines. So if I split this out and I do right click Let's see, split. Now we got ourselves our goop. I'm going to bring it down here. But the problem is, if you click play on this, it's not animated. So what we can do is the same thing we did on the helmet, which is use a mesh deformer on it. So if I turn off the skin on the main arm, it'll put it back into the same exact position as the split object. And then on the goop, we just add that mesh deformer again. And then under cages, right, arm, surface area, initialize. And then it's going to give us these 2 tags. Get rid of that. And let's put this on I'm putting the goop shader on the actual arm group now so we can see what's going on. So now we have to turn back on the skin. All right, cool. So it's almost there. Let's add a little bit of thickness to it, like I always like to do with this cloth surface. So we got that guy in there. Let's add the goop under there. And what I don't like about the cloth surface is the subdivision keeps the object squared off. It doesn't seem to smooth it. So I'm going to get rid of that and then just add a little bit of bulge there. And then in between these two, I'm going to put a subdivision surface. If you alt-click, it's automatically going to put it on your whatever is selected. So if I alt-click on that, see how it kind of like rounds it out? It looks more organic. So now, if I go back to the cloth surface, the bulging here, if you click this option, it almost looks a little bit like watery surface tension. It's too extruded right now, but if you bring it in, I think it kind of gives it a nice look. So yeah, there we go. Now let's launch the render view. Yeah, and it looks pretty gross. So the actual shader that's doing this is very simple. It's just a RS standard shader. It's a new that just came out with Redshift 2.5, I believe, or 3.5. So this is basically just using a transmission with the weight all the way up. Then I got a little bit of noise piped in to break up the reflection a little bit around the goop. And then under here, under transmission color, you can kind of change the look of it really quickly. So if you wanted something that looked maybe more Ghostbustery, we could just do something like this. Let's see if it goes through. Come on now. Maybe now it'll go through. Let's refresh. There we go. Okay. So now we got some Ghostbusters looking stuff. Maybe let's change the light to green too. Let's see how that looks like. Yeah, so now we got some green slime, maybe a little less gross, more Halloween-esque. So yeah, that's pretty much how I reset up the arm. I think it turned out pretty good with the cloth dynamics. If you're doing, a horror short film or something like that, there's a lot you can do with the C4D's new systems. So I'm gonna move on to the thermal shader I set up recently. Oh, Chivalry 2 is available. Wow, that's a great game. All right, so if I go to Halo thermal shader, all right, so this is the thermal shot. Technically, it's not a part of the short, but I did it after to kind of showcase my assets, and I think it came out nice. It looks kind of, thermal shadery. And the first thing I did with this is I looked at reference, like a lot of reference for what a thermal shader is, right? So I got some FLIR imagery here, and then I got some stuff from Halo Landfall, which is kind of what I was riffing off here. It's a short advertisement by Neil Blomkamp and Peter Jackson in like 2008, 2007. They have all these cool imagery of like the same characters that I'm using running through like, environments and stuff like that. And then I grabbed some modern images of some thermal stuff that kind of informs you like what's going on here. So if we open that up in, okay, so yeah, here's my project in C4D. You can see this is a Mixamo rig that I linked this guy up to. I actually did use Mixamo for my characters, and then I kind of re-weight painted everything, and then brought it into C4D and got the character object all set up. So it was a relatively simple process. It took a long time to do the weight painting, but it's not bad. And if we look here, you know, his gun and all that stuff is all linked up. So if we launch the render view, let me just make sure this one's not launched anymore. Might take a little bit. There we go. All right, so here is the base render for the thermal shader, right? It looks okay here. It's a little dark, but the actual materials on here is I took my materials from the ODST that I had rendered for the full redshift short, and then I just went in and I pretty much inverted them if there was a diffuse map, and if not, I just added a curvature to it. So if we look at, this was a good one to look at. Here's the actual breakdown. It's dead simple. I got my my actual diffuse map here for, and this is for the jacket. So if we look at the actual albedo or diffuse of the jacket, I just saw it right here. There's a lot of detail in here for free, pretty much. So what I ended up doing is I just inverted it with a color invert node and then piped it into a ramp. And I kind of stopped it down to like 50% here on the white value. And then for the curvature map, we got a relatively high value of like 4. And then I'm piping that also into a ramp. And that's just in a regular redshift material. And you get kind of this thermal look. But if we look here at the actual AOV, like a lot of this is happening in After Effects, the actual look. So what I ended up rendering out, very simple, just the beauty and a crypto mat that's set to object name. So this is going to give you a mat ID for like each individual object, like the helmet, the jacket, the glove, you know, etc. So let's launch, let's stop redshift, and then let's launch the comp. Okay, we don't need that stuff. All right, cool. So here was the actual comp setup. It's only like 8 layers, very simple. So let me look through here. Let's start to rebuild it. So here are my 2 passes up here. My beauty pass, which looks like this, and then I got my crypto mat, which looks like nothing. So what you have to do is you have to add the crypto effect to this, which if you just look up crypto mat, now we have our mat IDs, right? So I can go in here and I can just start selecting stuff. I think, let's see, let me add this in there. And then over here under output, let's set this to mat only. And then what I like to do, you can do this any way you want, but I like to use an adjustment layer here. And then this is kind of what I'm going to mat out here. So if I do a Luma mat, this adjustment layer is only going to affect the armor layer here. So you have a lot of control here. You can mat out whatever you want, basically. And what I ended up building was essentially this. So you see I have like the base background here, clothing, pants, armor, etc. So the next step that I did on this basically is I took my built beauty pass and I brought it in a new comp, and then I duplicated it, and then adding, like, it needs a little bit more to it to look kind of futuristic-y, so I did a find edges effect and I inverted it, and now I got this kind of like cool looking thing, right? So if I add that on top, you get kind of like it just looks a little bit more defined. Like you got like this little outline around stuff, and anyone who's played Halo, it's kind of similar to the actual game's HUD. So if we add maybe a levels to this and we clamp that too much. Maybe something like that, yeah. And then I added the UI layer, which is super simple. It's literally just, you know, text with a mosaic on top. And basically what mosaic does is it pixelates your footage, or in this case text. So it's completely indecipherable right now. So I put up to 512, 512. You can kind of see this is kind of like what a military camera would look like. You know, they've got just random GAC here and, you know, different notations. So if we go back to our pre-comp here, in the reference as well, I noticed a lot of the UI stuff has like this black around it. So I'm going to put a little bit of a backdrop on this text and then balloon it out with a min-max, which basically, if we look at this by itself, if you set this to alpha in color, it's going to balloon it out, right? And it looks junky, which is good because it's supposed to be like not that good, you know, not that high tech. So that's looking pretty good. And then you see it just adds a little something to it, just a little tiny bit. So the next step would be to build a grid. And the reason I do a grid is because I want to add like some pixel texture to it. You can of course bring in a pixel texture, but I almost always use the grid because it's a little bit more procedural. So you bring in the grid effect, whoops, grid. And then if you go over, it's kind of hard to see. Let's switch this to black. So you see like this little corner pin here. That's what controls the size of the pin, the grid. So we want it to be small because it's pixels. I'll put the border down here pretty small and then feather it a little bit. And then on blending mode, let's set it to multiply. And now you'll see we're kind of getting this cool effect on here. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Sweet. So then from there, pretty much you just add grain and all sorts of cool stuff. So let's see. Add grain, more intensity, and then final. Too much. And then maybe we can color correct it a little bit more. And then maybe add a tritone just to get some blue in there because I feel like the white looks a little bit lame. That's maybe something like that. Yeah, that looks cool. So I built out a few different looks on this. I did one that's closer to the game. So if we look at this here, anyone who's played Halo ODST, this is like the visor system, whatever, that would highlight everything on the map yellow. And then I did one that's kind of like the FLIR kind of look that was in my references. It came out okay. I think it probably need a little more massaging on this, but it still looks pretty good. Yeah, so I think that's about it for today. If you guys want to see some more of my work, you can visit my portfolio page, which is right here, davemotion.design. Thank you guys.
Great job. Thank you, Dave. Always a pleasure. We're going to start off with questions from the live audience. They're mesmerized. Look at that. Nailed
Mesmerized.
it. Everything they wanted answered.
Mesmerized
Answered.
and disgusted by the arm ripping out. But
All right. Let's see. Any other questions from online? Just waiting for the refresh. I think you did well.
damn, no
at-
questions. I guess I answered them all.
You did it. You did the thing.
All right,
Awesome.
cool.
So for those of you are following along, and for those of you who are live here in the audience, 3D Motion Show, we stream pretty much every month from March till December, showcasing amazing artists like Dave. So make sure you go on and register. Now, the nice thing about registering is we give away thousands of dollars of prizes. Next week, we're going to be giving away an amazing Dell laptop workstation. I use one myself on our tours and everything else. It's great for Redshift and everything else. And a Sense tablet, pen tablet. So make sure to register or get your badge scanned. If you're here, get your badge scanned. Yes, get the badge scanned. So get your badge scanned here or at Adobe Max. And stay tuned. We'll be up with our very next presenter. So stay tuned. We'll be getting here started in about next 5 minutes. Thanks again.
All right, thank you.
on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NAB Show New York. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, for the 3D Motion Show at Maxon here. I'm accompanied by a longtime user, big inspirer for our industry, Nick, the founder of Grayscale Gorilla. He's been training, doing tutorials, tools at Grayscale Gorilla for more than 10?
Oh, yeah.
More than 10
Oh,
years.
yeah, since 09.
09, yeah, wow. So for many, I think that's when I started. I think that might be, yeah, so from the beginning,
Glad you're here.
We've been building things out. So for those of you who haven't yet, make sure you get your badge scanned. Sign up at 3dmotionshow.com. We're giving away an amazing laptop as well as a Sense Labs tablet next week. So go ahead and fill that out. And until then, enjoy Nick Campbell, Grayscale Gorilla. Give him a round of applause.
Wow. Thank you, Matthias. It's always awesome to be here at the Maxon booth. Like Matthias has said, I've been doing this for quite a few years. It's always amazing to be back here, see you guys live, see you guys online. Cheers online, cheers in person. If you've been paying attention, you've been seeing all the amazing new stuff that Maxon's been adding to Cinema 4D. The last couple versions have been like a renaissance in the dynamic systems and the cloth and the ropes. And if you watched EJ's presentation a couple hours ago, he went through a lot of amazing, beautiful stuff. And of course, as soon as these new features come out, I'm playing with it. Everyone's playing with it, and just seeing what's possible. And what I love about it is we don't really know what's possible until artists like you start playing with these amazing tools. So I'm really excited today to be here and to show you some of the fun stuff that I've been playing with in Cinema 4D. So the cloth has been so much fun. The entire team's been playing with it. This is a preview of some materials coming out soon using the cloth dynamics. We have a bunch of stuff that the team's been working on. We'll get to that a little bit later. I wanted to show you some displacement stuff that we've been working on as well. And today we're talking about the new dynamics. So this is the cloth dynamics. Who's used the new cloth dynamics? Who's downloaded it? Love it. If you've used the old cloth dynamics, you've used small objects, right? You've been very careful about how much geometry you put in this thing. What's really amazing about the new cloth and the new dynamic system and new simulation system in general is you could be very, you could add a lot of geometry to it and a lot of stuff. And it's going to allow us to do something today that I've always wanted to do in cinema and never been able to do until this latest version. So let me show you a couple more renders. I've been playing around with this cloth stuff. We have something on the left here, this red one, where you have a field force pulling things in. We have a piece of cloth with a ton of geometry floating around and the camera's following it around. And then of course over on the right, we have something a little bit more abstract. We have this like metal kind of cloth. And I even started playing with soft bodies in the new systems. That one's not looping. Soft bodies with geometry. You can see you could add a lot of geometry in here and it pushes it through. Later in the presentation, I wanted to show you some displacement. And don't worry if you haven't been playing with displacement. This is from our new clay material collection in Grayscale Gorilla, part of our tactile materials, and we'll talk a little bit more about later. But more importantly about displacement is it now exists, and it's very fast, and it's beautifully done. So if you're Redshift, we have tutorials for you guys, Arnold, Octane, and these are all on YouTube for free if you're looking at diving deeper into displacement. Because we're going to touch a little bit on it today, but these videos go in a little bit deeper. We also have some incredible tutorials. We have an EJ tutorial, this claymation one. And again, cloth and some of the new rope simulations. If you want to dive deeper, go check out our YouTube. You can follow us at Grayscale Gorilla. I think it's youtube.com/Grayscale Gorilla. And follow us, hit the bells, do all the YouTube stuff. What the YouTubers are saying. And we hope to see you over there. We're learning. We're having a lot of fun. So today, I wanted to show you guys how to make this from scratch in Cinema 4D. Now, there's a reason, two things. There's a reason I like to start from scratch, especially when doing these types of tutorials, because I want you guys to see how fast you can get to a result like this using Cinema 4D and using these tools so that you can understand how fast you could really work in a program like this. And also, if you're following along at home, it's just a lot easier if I use standard shapes and starting from scratch so that you're not, wondering where I got the model. So this specific look is something that I've seen it online, right? I've seen Houdini do this kind of stuff. I've seen other programs kind of do this incredible soft body transformation where it's, like rigid, and then all of a sudden it just explodes into cloth, and then it goes back to something more bubbly. And this has been something that I've always wanted to do, and now you could do relatively straightforward using the new simulations. So let's head on into Cinema 4D, and let me show you how to set that up. So here we are, default start from scratch Cinema 4D. And of course, the first thing we need to do is make some spheres. This is a classic Grayscale Gorilla tutorial, guys. We're starting with some spheres. I'm going to shrink it down a little bit to 30 centimeters or so. And one thing with cloth you want to make sure is that your geometry is as even as possible. It does help the animation and helps the simulation react a little bit more dynamically. So right now, I want to come into my sphere and set this to hexahedron, and you can see we have a more even mesh with our sphere. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Again, you can get pretty dense with your meshes. In fact, further than this. And if I wasn't doing a live tutorial, we'd really crank this up. Okay, guys? But for now, let's do that. Let's grab a cloner. Now, I'm going to use Shift-C, which is something I'm going to use a ton. Shift-C lets you search Cinema 4D across the board for anything you're looking for. So if you're ever wondering where things are in different menus, Shift-C is your friend, and you just type it in. In this case, we want a cloner. So I'm going to type in cloner, and you can hit enter, and it automatically adds it into your objects. I'm going to put my sphere in the cloner. I'm going to shrink this down here so I can make a little clump of spheres. It's one of my favorite things to do. And I'm going to turn up our count so that we go further in Y, and let's go 4 by 3 by 3. That sounds about right. So at this point, we also don't want them all to be the same size. We could do Shift-C and type random. And if I spell it right, it'll show up at the top of the list. You hit enter again, and as long as you have the cloner selected, it will automatically randomize that cloner. And now you can see we have random position. Well, I don't want random position. I actually want random scale. So I'm going to come into scale, turn on uniform scale, and set this something like 0.4, 0.5. Got my random spheres. We're getting there close. Now, of course, I want them all to be dynamic. Now, in the past, you could come up here and use these bullet tags, use rigid body, and make them bounce around. But there's a new, relatively new place tool called Dynamic Place in Cinema 4D that allows you to dynamically place objects without having to go simulate it, if you just need to place them. So let me show you how to do that. In this case, I want to right-click on my cloner, and I'm going to say, let's go make editable. Or let's just go current state to object, actually. I'm going to turn off our cloner, and now you can see we have a bunch of these spheres separately. If I shift-click, I could select them all, and now I want to use Dynamic Place to build my clump of spheres. And it's right over here on the left. You have your Place tool, which I also use all the time, and a Dynamic Place right below it. And if you just simply click on your objects, you now have control, just like a dynamic simulation, but you don't have to set up the tags or anything. It's just built into Cinema now. So I can place this on a table. I could push this up against the wall. I could say I want it to stretch out more in Y. But I'm just using these X, Y, Z controls to kind of build my clump. And I could spin around and say, man, what a great looking clump, folks. All right, so once you have it the way you want, there's also a fourth slider here. And we just want to push these apart a little bit so that there's no collisions. It's this diagonal one right here. And if you do this, it's kind of, let me find it with the pen. It's kind of like pushing all of your particles apart a little bit. And this is fun. You can actually animate this stuff pretty simply and have your own animation here. But in this case, all we want to do is just make sure they're not touching. So I'm just going to pull this apart a little bit. And let's call that our clump O spheres. So what do we do now? Well, we need to make this one object so that we could use cloth dynamics and cloth simulation within it. So to do that, we're going to hit Shift-C and grab a connect object. And once you have a connect object, you can put almost anything in a connect object, and it'll stitch it all together into one piece. Super helpful thing that I use all the time in Cinema. Whenever something's not working the way that I want, I'll use a connect object, and sometimes it just magically fixes stuff. In this case, it's telling it this is one object. I can now right-click on my connect object, and I could go down here to, again, current state to object, and I can now turn off my connect, turn off all this stuff, and let's just turn off our cloner, and I'm going to hold down Alt and click these little traffic lights to turn off my cloner. and I literally have my connect object that I now have all of this geometry in one piece. So what can we do now that it's all in one piece? We can add some simulation, cloth dynamics to it, and it instantly turns to cloth. Now, if I hit play, it'll just start falling to the ground. We need it to interact. So one thing we could do is just grab a plane, move it down, go to tags, go to simulation and turn on collider. And of course now our soft bodies now collide with the floor. Already my brain is blown playing with this stuff the first time. Like, you can never do this much geometry without intersections, with everything. It just works. It just looks great. It falls to the floor. But here's the problem. I want to art direct this cloth. I want to tell this cloth what to do, not just let gravity make it fall on the floor. I want to control it. And if I had a client that wanted their logo to animate, of course, they want it to be art directed. They want it to be what they want. And Maxon built the tools in to allow you as the artist to take control of your cloth dynamics and your systems to make these things do what you want artistically instead of what gravity wants. So I wanted to show you how to quickly set that up. So now that we have our soft body here, I'm going to turn off our plane, and under our soft body, our cloth tag, I should say, under our cloth tag, we have a bunch of options. The soft bodies are amazing, by the way. We won't get into those today, but this is its own separate powerful tab. Same with ballooning, all this amazing stuff that's sitting here. But if you look at the surface tag, you're going to see a bunch of settings like how bendy do you want your cloth, how stretchiness do you want it? Do you want it to stretch or keep it taut? And this one right down here is target length, which we're going to use in a minute. But if you look at this tab over on the right, there's this one called mix animation. Think of mix animation like the follow position, follow rotation that was in the original rigid body dynamics. If you've used rigid body dynamics, I'm sure you've used follow position, follow rotation, which is essentially like stay where I want you to, and don't just be falling on the floor, cloth. You know, that's what this does. So if we simply just turn on with force, which is my favorite one to use, and you hit play, you're going to see the cloth start to droop a little bit, but it wants to stay where it was born, essentially. And the higher that you turn this up, the more strength it's going to try to force itself back to where its starting position was. So what can we do with this? Well, we can control this not just by turning it up and down, but by using a vertex map. And this is where the new system gets super powerful. So let me show you guys how to set this up really fast. With the connect object selected, I'm going to hit Shift-C, use this thing for everything, and type in vertex. And under vertex, it's the second one down here. It's this one with the little dots. I'm going to just click it to add it to my object. And you can see instantly it turns all red. So vertex maps are basically like painting on your object to tell different vertices and different parts of your object to do different things. This is used in materials. It's used all over the place in 3D. We're going to use it to control that soft body and cloth dynamics so that we can control what we want it to do. And to do that easily, you have your vertex map tag selected, and then you can click on Use Fields. This is super powerful. You could use anything in fields to now control your vertex map. And I'm going to delete that freeze one, which is just the default. And instead, I'm going to pull in a linear vertex map. And I'm going to shrink this down just so you can see what's happening. On the left-hand side, you see it's all red like it was when it started. But on the right, it's now all bright yellow. And essentially, this is 0 and 1 in vertex map speak, or 0 and 100%. And what we're saying right now is half of these spheres are painted 0, and half of these spheres are painted 100%. What do we want to do with that data? Well, we want to go into our cloth tag, go to mix animation, and you see there's a map setting right here. And it's literally asking you to just drag a map in. And now when we turn our plane back on and we hit play, you're going to see that half of our system is falling to the floor. Half of our system is like, nah, I'm good where I am. I'm going to stay right here. And we have now control on how to animate this. this gets really fun. If we could just do this live. If we grab the linear field and we start over on the left, it's just going to be static. And as we move, I'm going to extend my timeline just so we're not looping around so fast. As we move the linear field in, it's now allowing parts of our animation to fall. This blew my mind. I love this stuff. So now, by the way, it works the other way. No, I want you to actually go back to where you were. And the higher that we turn up that strength, the more force it's going to try to go back to where it was. So if we crank this up to 8 or 9 or 10, let's say, now it's really going to push. It's going really fast. And look at how beautiful that is. And we're just sitting here in real time in the viewport doing this. So what can we do now that we have this with this ultimate power of our vertex maps? Well, we can do more than just linear fields. It works across the board with noises and all this stuff. But what I really want to do is make essentially two different animations. I want to take these spheres and say, when you're born, you're beautiful, round spheres. Classic. When I pass the first linear field through you, I want you to turn into some fun cloth. And then when I pass another linear field through you, I want you to be free and float into the air. Okay, there's my creative brief. Let's build this thing. So how do we set something like that up? Inside of our vertex map, we can come down here into our linear field and set it to 50%. Okay, this allows us to not only have two states of transition. We now have 3 states, if you think about it. We have a 0% state, which is red. We have a orange state in between, which is kind of our middle state. And then we have our 100% state, which is going to be all white. Or I'm sorry, all yellow. So we can do that. Let's animate this super quickly. We're just going to keyframe this for now. Over on the left, I'm going to go back to 0. I'm going to be really lazy and just click this keyframe button and move forward into like frame 50, move our linear field over, and let's just set a keyframe. So now we have step 1 of our animation going from 0 to 50%. And you can see it's still not moving, right? Because of the strength of our mix animation, even at 1 or 2, it's going to fall a little bit, but it's still not moving. But we can actually control something else. If we open up our surface settings in our cloth tag, you can see that they all have this little triangle next to them. And if you open up these triangles, you see a map. Where have we seen that before? Well, we can drag any vertex map into here, and we can have multiple vertex maps. You can take as much control as you want. In this case, I want to go down to target length. Now let's just turn up target length and see what happens. By default, these things are like puffing out and becoming larger. It's almost like ballooning out, but it doesn't have all that pressure that ballooning has. It's just like fluffing up the cloth. But I don't want it all to happen at once. I only want this to happen a little bit. And I also want it to follow the vertex map. So what do? I just drag in that same vertex map. And now we're getting 2 for 1. It's bubbling up. And also it's not falling to the floor anymore because we turned up our mix animation settings. So imagine the mix animation's at 2 by default. As soon as the first linear field goes through it, it's now at 1 because it is 50%. And if we just do one more linear field or crank it all the way up to 100%, this will essentially go to 0. So let's do that. Really quickly, we can create a new linear field. And I'm just going to go into the tag directly, create a new one. Let's shrink this one down. And you can see now we have our orange to yellow transition that's starting to happen. But in this case, I'm going to grab a null and put our second linear field inside of it so that we could grab rotation and move it up and over to the right here. And this will be our next animation coming down through the system. How do we do it? Well, we just grab our linear field and we overlap some keyframes. Don't forget to overlap your keyframes, folks. You don't want to go 1 then 2. You want to kind of maybe start here. When this is almost done, we're going to set a new keyframe for our second linear field. And then further down the road, we're going to grab it. We're going to move it through. And we're going to set another keyframe. So let's see what this does. Let's turn on the vertex colors so we can see what's happening. It's going to orange first. And then we're going to yellow. What does yellow do? Yellow says, you're not stuck here anymore. Be free. Well, don't be free. Let gravity control you and fall you to the ground. But haha, we can control gravity because we are in 3D, folks. Ultimate power. Let's go control gravity and say, rather than pull you to the ground, fly away like a bubble. And to do that, we're going to hit Control D. We're going to go into simulation. And we're going to go to the scene settings, and rather than negative gravity, we could first of all set it to 0. And let's just see what that looks like if we say 0. Let's run this simulation. At 0, it's going to basically stay where it is, but it's going to have cloth. And it's just going to kind of push apart a little bit. But that's not what we want. We want them to fly away and be free. So we say 300 gravity, and now they fly away. So here's our animation. Cloth land, and then bubble fly away land. Faster, be free faster. Come on. Okay, so what can we do from here? Well, that's great for animation. You could do so much more with Vertex. Remember I said that you could control not just animation, but you could also control textures and other things with Vertex maps. Let's start to set that up. It's at this point in the process, usually, once I have an animation that's like getting closer to what I want, I'm sure there's more tweaks. We're going to do the animation, but somewhere, if you're like me, around this point of working on something, I'm tired of looking at gray stuff, okay? I want to start to make it look good. I want to start to see what maybe something closer to the final render will look like. So I'll usually take a break around this point and say, let's set up some basic lights, let's set up some basic materials, and so let's get something we could see that looks closer to the final, and so we could judge our speed and our vibe, and mostly the vibe. Look. Only good vibes. All right, so for this, I'm going to shift to my Redshift layout. This is my standard layout. This is how I usually work in Cinema 4D. It gives me my Redshift layout right here. I have Grayscale Gorilla Tools docked. I have all this stuff ready to go. More importantly, it allows me to look at my render next to the gray render and see what it's going to look like in its final form. Now, this needs some work. Okay, let's add a material. Right up here, you're going to have your material tab. Go to Create, and you can see we do not have Redshift materials. Where is it? Let's go up to our menu bar. Oh, no Redshift. Where is Redshift? Well, always remember, you got to go turn on Redshift, and then the menu will turn on. In fact, that's not always true. You'll want to make sure this preference is turned on. I always have this on. Go in your preferences, go to Renderer, Redshift, and down here, you're going to see Redshift main menu checkbox. This is off by default. If you're wondering where your Redshift menu is, go click this on, and that allows this menu to pop up, which I use all the time. Once you have this menu on, now you can go grab something like Dome Light. And, well, let's do our material first. So we have Create. Now when we open up our menu, we have Redshift Materials. Let's go Materials, Standard Material, and let's drag this onto our, let's find our connect object. There you are. And if we hit play on our IPR, you can see we have our geometry here. Ooh, we're getting some funky geometry, folks. Well, I think we just have some duplicate geometry somewhere. We could just turn off some of this stuff. And I think we're fine. I'm just going to delete it. Okay, so there's our geometry. And of course, we also have a dome light. Dome light's already better than the standard light, but dome light's just a white void. If you're a Plus member, you could just come down here to texture and drag in texture into your drop zone, and it's going to automatically add an HDRI link tag, and it's going to pull in a basic HDR. And of course, from here, you can go into your HDRs, and you could pick your favorite one. So in my case, it's Creative Office, which always looks great. And as soon as we click it, we get reflections, we get a background, we get all this stuff ready to go. If you don't want it visible in the viewport, by the way, if you have HDRIs you want to use on your computer or anything, you can click here and click right there. And then on your desktop, if you're following along, you can grab any HDR and throw it right there. If you don't want it to be visible in the render, you come down here to background and you turn that off. And from here, I'm going to turn off the plane just so I could kind of focus on this. I'm also going to go to render settings and turn this into more of a square render. So let's go 1280 by 1280. And there are, of course, 4 major things you need to do for every render to make it look good. If your render is not looking good to you, there's probably one of 4 things that's happening. there's either a material issue, your lighting is not the way it should be, your camera is not where it should be, or you're not using the correct lens, or your scale is way off. And one of those 4 things is usually when I'm looking at a scene, I'm like, why is it not feeling the way I want? Why is it not giving me the emotion, the vibe I'm trying to go for? It's usually one of those 4 things. Well, we just did 2 of them. We added material, we added lights, we added one of my favorite HDRIs, and we're missing one of the most important ones, which is your camera. So under Redshift, you're gonna go to cameras, standard camera, and you almost never wanna use the default built-in lens. You want to use, think like a director of photography, right? You're picking the lens that's right for your shot. In this case, I imagine these spheres are a little small, maybe on a desk. They're feeling smaller in the world, so that I want to zoom in. When things are small on a desk, you want to grab your telephoto or your macro lens, which are usually like 80 millimeters or 100 millimeters, something like that. So you can come into your focal length and just type it in, and now you're going to get a more realistic lens when we start to zoom in here. Okay, all that said, this is where I like to get to when I'm like, okay, now we're on to something. Now I have something to look at. And now we want to control not only the animation, but we want to control the actual texture and control the colors and other parameters using these vertex maps. So if you haven't done that, it's actually pretty straightforward. It involves the new nodes. So if I double click on my material and I open up my basic tab, you're gonna see node editor. In the node editor, you're gonna see some nodes. Now, if you've been a little anxious to jump in here and like, these nodes are not for me, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this together. It is very straightforward and not as complicated as it looks. In fact, all you need is a couple nodes to get really dangerous here in the nodes, especially with vertex maps. So first thing we need to understand is this is just a regular material, right? Ignore this node thing. Over here, we can go change colors, we can go change reflections and all this stuff right over here. But we get more control as soon as we start playing with this node system, and that's what we're after today. Control, folks. We're trying to control these things. So let's go in and click this plus button, and let's grab just type in vertex. And right here, you're gonna see the vertex attribute. If we double click on that, it's going to, let's just drag it into the interface. It is now gonna ask us, what vertex map do you want to use, the attribute name. All we have to do is drag in our vertex map, and now it's tied to here. And if we drag it into our color, you're gonna see that it's going to not really do what we want. And that's because we're missing a step. Let's go back and turn off our IPR. And you can see that all pink is not what we want. We actually want, instead of red to yellow, we want to control what colors show up. So for that, we're gonna have to click on this plus menu and type in ramp, R-A-M-P. And here's a fun trick. If you're using the new nodes and you let me start again here, ramp, and you're using these nodes, you can actually drag in any node on top of a wire and it will automatically stick to that wire. So I'm just gonna drag ramp and I wanna put it right there. See how it highlights? As soon as it highlights, if I let go, it does that noise, sticks right to it. And now the vertex is going through a ramp. What does this give us in the world? Well, a ramp right now is just black to white. Remember, we looked at that vertex map and the vertex map was red to yellow. All this ramp is doing is converting red to yellow to black to white for now. Okay, so literally, if we just look at our render and we just hit play, we should see half of that material is black on the red side of our vertex map. And then on the right side, we're seeing gray. Because remember, we're doing halfway first, and then we're going 100% when it comes to the second animation. So now, let's go wait for the rest of the bubble. And if we hit play here, you're gonna see white on the upper left and gray on the bottom right, okay? Does that make sense so far? Pretty straightforward, not too scary, but we have control now over every part of this transformation simply by changing the ramp on this node. So now instead of black to white, I want to do 3 different transitions. I want to do a 50% color, and if I hold control, I can make a third one and do 3 sets, right? 0, 50%, 100%. So, of course, we got to pick our colors now. Let's start with a classic reddish orange sphere. Let's go into something more lighter orange, okay? This will be kind of our middle state. And then let's mix it up at the end, and let's go like teal, kind of something a little bit brighter. You know, they're like floating away. I want them to be a little bit more fun. And, oh, don't hit X, by the way. You got to hit OK. Let's try that one again. All right, let's go there. OK. And so now you see we have 3 different states. We have original, and then you saw the other 2. And you could actually see my my animation is crossing over. We could fix that in a minute. But I want to make sure that I show you one more thing that the materials can do, which is it's not just colors that you can control. If you go back in your node editor, you can use the vertex map to control anything. You can make a glass in the middle. You can make any setting that you can pipe this into. You can use a ramp and control it. For today, what I want to use is the roughness of the reflection. So the first part of the animation I want to be glossy. The cloth section in the middle I want to be more clothy and more matte reflection. And then I want it to go back to glossy again. So how do we do that? Well, we grab a ramp. And in this case, we'll make this one from scratch so you can see how the nodes work. You could drag in from the same vertex map into this little S. Under general input, we're going to go to alt input. And then out color, we're going to go into roughness. Okay, so now we have to change one more thing, which is our ramp. We need to go from glossy, which is black. I don't want it all the way glossy, so I'm going to move it up a little bit. That looks a little bit better. In the middle, I want it to be fully matte, but not quite all the way. We'll go a little bit darker than white. And then let's control click and slide into this last one. And then we'll go back to something a little bit glossier at the end. Let's check this out. Let's hit play. Now, we have the IPR running, so it's going to run a little bit slower because it's rendering. Oh, it's rendering and doing dynamics all at once. But you can see, if we just pause it, we now have, let's pause it here. We now have 3 different states. You saw the red glossy. We have orange kind of matte colored, and then we have back to this teal whatever color. And I'm also seeing one more thing. Are you guys seeing a little geometry breakup right here? You see those polygons kind of pushing through? What do we do with this? How do we smooth this out? Well, traditionally, maybe you would grab something like a subdivision surface, but with Redshift, we can just come into the Connect object, go to tags, go to your render tags, click on Redshift object, and under here, you're going to see this geometry tab. This is way faster and allows the simulations to use the original geometry, and then all of this extra geometry gets added at render time. So in this tag, under geometry, you want to override, you want to turn on enabled, and for this one, I'm going to turn off screen space adaptive, and that's basically it. Like, we now have more geometry, and we lose all of that stuff. So if you're ever having issues with your geometry and the simulation's looking fine, you just want more roundness, this is your fix for Redshift. Okay, so we are at this point where we do have to tweak our final keyframe here on this animation. And so that's something we could do right now by going to our second linear field and finding our first keyframe, moving that linear keyframe up till it's not visible anymore, and now we could just reset that keyframe, and that should work fine. Okay, so let's run through it and see where we are. Again, I'm not going to do both at once. I'm just going to show you, here's our basic state. And then let's turn off the IPR so we can let the calculation run. Actually, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bake this. Let's go into our tag, and let's pretend we love this, right? There's probably some tweaks we could do, but for the sake of time today, let's say we love the animation, and we don't want it to calculate anymore. We just want it to run faster. Well, you can come in your cloth tag, go to cache, go to cache scene, and watch this percentage go. And now it's going to calculate all the geometry. If you have other cloth things or any ropes, anything happening in your scene. It's going to cache all of this at once. And then it's going to be baked in. Once it's baked in, it's going to run much faster, obviously, and it's also going to let us start to look at our renderer without having our machine do two things at once. Now our machine is focused on rendering more than it is also calculating all of this stuff. So you can see the calculation's much faster, and if we look in our render, we could just pause it now at any moment and see what this looks like. Now, it's a little bit dark. We can turn up our dome light. We need something around it. Let's, have some bounced light, for crying out loud. Let's copy and paste that plane. Let's use a Z just to have a backdrop. And if we move this up, scale this up, that's also going to give us some nice backdrop there. In fact, without the plane, I think this might be getting close to something we can kick out. So I like this vibe. I like the cloth. Let's go halfway through and check our animation. Beautiful. Love how dark that side of the cloth is. I love how you can see the wrinkles here. And then I love how all this is happening. And then let's keep going. Here comes our second transition into the third phase. And now we're sitting here. So again, we can make all these tweaks to do it, but those are the basics on how quickly in less than half an hour you could set this stuff up. And don't forget, you can control other things with these vertex maps, including all of these settings in here. Bounciness, stickiness, thickness, this target length we talked a little bit about. You can animate this up and down just by using a vertex map. And remember one more thing, we only used one vertex map for this animation so that I could show you the basics. You can combine these things together. You could use a separate vertex map for materials and a separate one for dynamics, and they all come together in this way that is super usable, super controllable, and super easy to change, which is the best part. Just so you know how to change things, if your client's like, yeah, great, I want those balloons to be free too, but the customer really wants them to just fall on the ground, you're like, I got you. Undo your cache, go into your tag, go to cache, and you could clear your scene cache and just come back into your gravity and say, let's go back to original. And in this case, we won't even add a floor. We're just going to have them fall on the ground. So let me undo that. Let's pass through. Let's see what this is. Step 1. Step 2, fall to the ground. So, we got some fun geometry there too. Okay, so that's that one. I encourage you guys to go play with this stuff. They made it super, super easy to control, and you could throw a ton more geometry at this. You saw how fast this played in the viewport. There's one video card in here, and it's playing back that fast. So I encourage you to really throw a lot of geometry at this. It is really, really powerful. Okay, so for the time I have left, I wanted to show you one more demo. And this has to do with something brand new inside of Redshift that they added, I think in the latest version, which is advanced material stacking. So let me show you what this looks like. So let's open up a project. Let me head into my machine here. Desktop, classic place to put stuff. Highly recommended if you're a professional. Throw it all on the desktop, guys. All right, we're gonna go to stack materials, and let's just go to start. Okay, so let's hit play. So who's played with the new Redshift stack materials? Anybody? Yeah, all right. So this is super powerful. Right now I have a scene that is a common scene that I make called a starter scene. I'll make a starter scene all the time, which are things that I use all the time, like spheres, like lights set up, like basic materials ready to go. And I'll use this as my starting point. I don't always use them when I do tutorials because I want everybody to follow along. But when I'm working on a project, I love starting scenes like this because it lets me work faster and already be at the point where things look good and not have to always go turn on Redshift and add my lights. I just have this beautiful canvas to start painting on. So here's my starter scene. It has one of our new clay materials on it from our new tactile collection, which you can see it's like super high detailed materials. And with the clay materials in particular, they have displacement maps built in. So what does this mean? Well, displacement in Redshift is very powerful and allows you to displace your materials using maps inside of your materials. In this case, you can see without displacement, if I just turn it off, that there's some lovely bumping and all this stuff going on. But if you look at the edges of this object, it's not actually pushing the geometry. As soon as you turn on not only this geometry tessellation mode, but also displacement down here in your redshift tag, it starts to add geometry that pushes out using displacement. And we go into more detail in tutorials on our site, but for this I wanted to show you what you could do now with stacked materials and displaced materials. So in the past, if you wanted to add a layer on top of this, it was really pretty difficult. You had to go use nodes, complex node setups to take two separate materials and combine them together into one material in Redshift. With material stacking, you literally just drag other materials on top of this material and it just works. So for example, we can go to Create Redshift Materials Standard, and let's just drag it raw right on top. What do we get? We get the original base displacement. No matter what material you're using, no matter what type of displacement, that stays, and essentially everything else on top of it gets replaced with the new material. So what can we do with this? Well, we could create cool ink effects, let's say. This almost looks like a smudged canvas ink type of thing. So if we double click on the material, go to base properties, and pick a color, you can tell I have a favorite color, right guys? All right, so we can now get these smudgy effects just by roughening up our roughness of our material a little bit as well. So, okay, that's powerful, but you could just use the displacement map in this material and you could just do it. Well, here's where it gets really extra powerful. You could use alpha maps to also control where it overlaps with the original material. So we have some of these surface imperfections here in plus I'll use. You could use any black and white map that you have. I have these here, they're drag and droppable, so I'm gonna use them. And they're beautiful. I'm gonna click my node editor. And now you could literally, you know, we're in New York. Let's make something a little sloppy and messy here. Let's go. Let's get funky here. All right, let's take this black and white map and just pump it directly into opacity. What does this get us? Well, now we see half of the original clay material and then half of this red texture, which is not looking as cool when it's red there. Let's just make this white for now so we can see it better. And now we have more control over all of this stuff. And we have some mapping here we can fix by, I don't know, we could just use like a spherical map or something like that. And let's set this to 50%. So that it's more uniform. Okay, so this material would be very difficult to make using the standard node systems. You'd have to really combine a lot together, but now it's like Photoshop. You just add layers on top, and as long as there's transparent areas, you can see through to the original map, okay? So what else can we do? We can also add things like stickers. This makes it super easy to do decals and stickers and logos on your objects without getting crazy with the nodes. Nodes are super powerful, but sometimes you just want to stack it on top of what's already looking good. In this case, I have this material. Let's see what this material looks like first. You know what? No, let's put it on there first, and then I'll show you how easy this is. So I put it on by default. There's a UV map. Let's set this to flat, and let's shrink this down. I'm just going to use scale and click on my material tool right here, the kind of material adjust tool. Scale this sticker down. And instead of multiple copies, I want to go into this texture and turn off, or into this material, turn off tile. So now we just got one sticker. And let's rotate this around just a little bit as well. Let's move it across. And let's use our rotate so that it's more straight on. And hey, it's scaled a little bit wide, so let's just shrink it down so it's original. Okay, so we placed our decal here. That was way easier than using the original way of doing this. It would have taken a lot more steps. And what's really cool about this is we could just duplicate this. I'm holding down Control on my keyboard, duplicating that material. And with this one, I could create a whole new one just by scaling it up. Let's grab my Move tool, and let's rotate it, and now we have a second decal. Really straightforward, and this is super easy to set up. Not a lot of nodes at all. Let's open this up and see what we have. The original decal is under a texture node. Remember, you can find all these nodes right here. You just type it in, texture node right there. This is my original PNG, okay? The PNG has the color data. It also has alpha data. How do we use those separately? Well, we have to use a color splitter node, which you could find it here as well. I'm pumping this texture data into the color splitter. And then from here, I'm only using the alpha to go into opacity. And then I'm just using the full-on PNG to go directly into color so that it keeps all of this color. And again, we could change all this. We can get as complicated as we want with nodes. But for the demo, I wanted to show you how quickly you can get this stuff set up. And at any moment, if you want to change the original base, you could do that just by dragging in. I'm going to go to our library and look up brick. So what's cool about these bricks, this is in our original everyday material collection from Grayscale Gorilla. All of these also have displacement on them. So if you're like, all right, the clay thing's cool, but in this case, we want it to look more like brick or something stuck on there, or there's a stencil or spray paint on brick, you can just drag one of these in. And as long as you replace the original texture that has all of the displacement on it, that it will come through to everything else that you've done. So in this case, let me go set my sphere to something. I'll just use a standard geometry so it maps properly. Okay, so now we get all of this stuff for free just by stacking our materials. Let's scale this up. Got to end on something that looks a little bit nicer. Here we go. And that's too far out. So now let's go back all the way back down to the brick. And you can see now the displacement's on here, ready to go. By the way, if you ever want to adjust how much displacement, it's right down here. This is a little too much. That brick's a little too chunky for me. I'm going to reduce it down to make it a little bit more subtle. But again, everything else that we've done, we can now layer on top of it. We can pull in the sticker and do all the same stuff that we did before. Very simply, just by adjusting our material and scaling this down. Oh, I see it's on UV mapping. Frontal. Oh, yeah. Not sure why that's not working right there. Flat. Sheesh. Come on, Nick. There we go. Same thing. Let's turn off tiling, and there you go. Fully movable, fully adjustable, and layers upon layers. You can see the power that you start to get now by layering this stuff. All right, so let me open up the final scene here just so you can see it all put together. And then I'm sure we have some time for some questions as well. Let me go to, let's just open one more here. There's the final stacked material with our sticker on it. So in this case, we have the clay material. And then in this case, we have one of our terrazzo materials on top of it. So this actually gives it this kind of plasticine, like almost metal look. And it's this unique material that you would have needed so many nodes to create from scratch. And then of course the sticker on top of it would be even more. Now this is just 3 materials. And what's even better is you could swap this stuff at any minute. Rather than digging through all the nodes, you can now just layer this stuff really, really quickly in Cinema, and it's all sitting right here. So super powerful. And as we get into Q&A mode, I wanted to show you guys one more time this thing. So the first thing you're seeing right here is a little sneak preview. We debated if we're going to show this, but I think with all the cloth madness, if you saw the last couple of presentations, there's been cloth all over the place, and that's because now it's so much easier to add this stuff thanks to Maxon and the new simulation systems that we're actually coming out with our own cloth materials, canvas materials very soon in Grayscale Gorilla Plus. So that's what all of this is created with. This is all of the standard Cinema 4D simulation built right into Cinema 4D and our cloth materials that are coming out really soon. All this other stuff is also included. But with that, I wanted to thank Maxon again for having me and also open this up to any questions if we have any online as well. I'm sure Matthias, let me know. What's the questions? And I also wanted to thank you guys as well for being here and being a part of this live. Look at this audience. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Yeah, Nick. All right, let's see. Lily, let's see if we have any questions online. They were just happy to have you back on the stage. Really, everybody's like, "Oh, Nick, it's great." Let's start here with any questions.
It's good to
from
be here. It's good to be
right
here.
back in person. Live audience questions first and foremost.
Yes.
Anyone, just raise a hand.
Oh yeah, come on, give it to me.
Wink.
Anything about the soft bodies or cloth or anything else that you guys have a question about or what it could do? Yeah. Yeah, awesome question. Go
you
ahead.
Repeat it.
Yeah, I could do it. So the question was, I changed the gravity in this scene here, my first tutorial. And is there a way that, if I'm hearing you right, can you have gravity affect things differently and not just have a global gravity? Can you say, all right, U particles go up and U particles go down? Great question. Totally doable. And we might not be able to do the whole thing just because it's kind of a setup. What you do essentially is turn off your global gravity, which is Control D, and right here in gravity, you can just zero it out. And then if we do a Shift C and type gravity, we have a separate gravity effector, essentially. This is affecting all the dynamics. There's things like turbulence and wind. It's kind of one of those. And so what's cool about this is we could say, all right, here's our gravity settings. But now that it's a separate object, we can go into something like our soft body systems and into forces. And now we can tell specific things to use different forces. So for example, this gravity can come in here and only control that object. And then if I made a separate object and I wanted that one to, so this gravity is pulling it down. And then I can make a duplicate gravity and set this one to negative, right? Like negative 1,000 or something. And if I made a different simulation, I would drag this gravity in to that simulation, and I could control that that way. Does that make sense? I could go duplicate it all, but you essentially use separate gravities, and you use the force tab, what's it called? Forces tab to control what is excluded. I almost messed it up. See how exclude is turned on? You can include and exclude different ones. By default, they're all included. What you would do here is say, okay, I only want to include the ones I pull in, and then pull in gravity and anything else that you have. Yep. Thanks for the question.
That was a good one. Any other questions, live audience? Yeah, it's also on Mac as well. Yeah,
Yep.
Definitely. All right, so we're going to dive in. Somebody's wondering, do we have the same sub-D system in Octane? I don't know. Have you used that?
Yes.
Yes.
So similar to this, if you're talking about this tag right here, the Redshift object tag, you have a similar tag in Octane. I don't know it off the top of my head in case somebody wants to yell it at me, but it's essentially an Octane tag. You're going to find it under tags, under Octane, and it's going to be really similar. What's the name of it? Octane object. Thank you. So you're going to use that, and inside there's something really similar. It's like a geometry tab or a smoothing tab or something like that, and you could do the same thing. In fact, go watch our displacement tutorial on Grayscale Gorilla. That'll have all of that stuff for you. So if you're not using Redshift, go check out, where's the... So these tutorials right here, go check out the Octane one. I think we go over that setting in that tutorial.
Awesome. Let's see here. Someone's wondering, so you still can't only have the flat decal on the front, but I think you covered that with stickers. Somebody was wondering about decals.
Oh, like it's on the back side as well?
Yeah.
I think it's off the back side. Is that not true?
If they're trying to isolate it, they're wondering, is it projecting all the way through, or can you isolate it so it's just the one?
True. I'm sure that's possible. That's a good one. Flat, simple, side, front. Let's try that. Oh!
Ship it.
Man, I was sweating that one, guys, but we pulled it off.
Yep. There's your answer. Just set it to front. There we go.
Awesome.
Then the last one is, and this seems like it's off topic, but we'll see. How to use the sound field in vertex fields. I would like this sound to control my shapes on the vertex field. I've tried many times.
How to use sound in vertex. So here's how I would approach it without even trying it, is have sound affect something else, right? Have sound make a an object move or scale, like a sphere, let's say. There's a classic grayscale tutorial, right? You're making spheres move around with audio. Do that effect, and then use those objects in your vertex. So with any field object, not just, where's my pen? This mouse is ridiculous. I don't know how you people do this. All right, you can go into your, settings here. Where is it? So you can set, what's the specific one again?
They're sound field in vertex fields.
Okay, so that's where it is. So under fields, you can drag an object in and use any object as a field. So here's my recommendation. Have the object animate to the sound. If that's what you want different parts of this to move. And let's say it's a sphere, let's say. You can, in your vertex settings, pull in any object. And in that geometry, in your fields, you can come down here to say surface, let's say, and you can already see it. If we turn off our sphere, you can see that the surface of this sphere is affecting the geometry. And if we just scale this up and down, it's going through. And in fact, because we already have it set up, you can see all that weird material stuff happening over on the side. But now you can use objects that are animating to control your vertex maps. And if you don't want just this ring to go through it, you can go into your your vertex settings and say volume. Now it's a full volume that's going across it. And you can, in other words, you can animate, you can have the sound effector do this, broop, 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 broop. You can make that noise, sample that noise, put it in your sound effector, broop, 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 and then once it's doing that, you could use it to create these effects. Hopefully that helps. That would be the way I start to approach it. I'm sure there's, like everything in cinema, there's like 10 different ways, but that'd be the first way I'd approach it.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Thanks.
I think that's a good start. Somebody's wondering, I guess this is more of a product question, but they're looking for organic textures, like organs, guts, or something. I think we have a medical illustrator or animator.
I think we have a medical illustration animator.
Yeah. So, organic materials or that
is a little bit harder to capture without some legal problems on our end, but I'm sure we'll maybe look into that. I don't know. Does anybody have one off the top of their head that they would know of? There's probably a collection
packs?
out there.
It really depends, because then each organ is wrapped a certain way too. So it's not just like one material on all of it.
Yeah, that's tough. I haven't seen it. But maybe somebody, hopefully in the comments, is a medical illustrator.
Yeah, somebody volunteer that.
Right.
Awesome.
Anything else?
Yeah, Substance. Yeah, you can use it in Substance Painter and things like that.
That's true.
Last one from the audience. We do have time for one more. And if not, let's give Nick another round of applause. Once
Thank
again,
you, guys.
The Grayscope.
Thank you, Matthias.
Yeah, always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure. So once again, for those of you, get scanned, and if not, go to 3dmotionshow.com. Make sure to register. We're going to be giving away that Dell laptop and the Sense tablet. And up next is going to be Andrew Hess, so stay tuned, and we'll see you in about 5.
High, low, in stereo. Hot, cold, I carry it. In and out, I'm pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love stereo. in stereo.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Matthias Omatola, a.k.a. Major VFX, here at the Maxon booth at NAB New York, accompanied by some of the world's most amazing artists showcasing how they use Cinema 4D and the rest of the Maxon One suite to create some of the most beautiful things you see on screen. So up next, I don't want to take any time because this guy has a lot to show. Andrew Hess, let's give him a big round of applause.
Thanks, everybody. Cool. So just first of all, I want to say thanks to Maxon for having me here for this. I get a lot out of these myself, so being asked to give back to the community and do one is very cool. And so thanks for that. And thanks for everybody joining and on the live stream. Cool. So I'm Andrew Hess. I'm a motion art director in New York here. And I like to say I'm in a long-term relationship with design, direction, motion, and 3D. And what I mean by that is just that I understand this is like sort of a lifelong career where you're always learning and pushing yourself and picking up new skills and directing them back towards these disciplines. And I love that about it. I love that it's fun to play and essentially it feels like play, and that's what we get to do for a living. So I'll try to show some of the ways I do that. Like I said, based in New York City. I've been in the motion design industry for over 13 years, and I started out doing motion in the interactive field, and when Flash wasn't a thing, it was dating myself a little bit there, but when Flash wasn't a thing, I was like, it's time to move completely into motion, because ultimately, if what I was designing wasn't going to animate, I just felt like I wasn't into that final result. So for the last 5 years, I've been freelancing around New York City, a couple other shops in LA. Been getting to do some really cool work in that space and really enjoying that. This is where I'll throw the stuff up at the end, but this is the main place you can find all my work at andrewhess.com and on my Instagram. And I just wanted to show like a swatch of work kind of in lieu of a reel. So some of the things that I've worked on more recently that I'm super proud of, I've worked with Method Studios on these Uncharted and movie titles, got to art direct like the entire animation of the thing and bring a very cool set of design frames together that a creative director had worked out by the name of Ivan. And I've done some cool things with the Mill, like a Sunday Night Football open promo and some futuristic stuff and some character rigging stuff on Netflix films that aired not too long ago, a couple of years ago, with these fine shops. And prior to going freelance, I worked at a company called Stoked, and I did a lot of really cool brand and campaign work and some things that got 3D printed, and I got to do a whole project where my 3D designs got printed out and created into these bigger sculptures by this other shop. That was a whole thing, and I think this work, even though it's old, is still worth showing. Some of the most formative work of the early parts of my career were done here. Most of the stuff, I don't think any of this is in Redshift, actually. So it was all like standard physical days. But I think it's just important to remember where we came from, so that's why I show it. And then the other end of everything I'm doing to kind of stay focused in these disciplines and grow my long-term relationship with them is my experimental and my play and my design projects I do on the side. And I have a lot of interests outside of this space that I try to bring into it. I'm like always wildly interested in patterns in nature and bringing that into 3D, and how can you do painting things with vertex maps, things that seem organic, and all of these kind of things. I'm obviously interested in FUI, like every other motion designer in the world. Particle work, all of these things just are some of the places that I play around in, some of this kind of like sculptural things and paint effects, all in Cinema, all in tools and available in Cinema. That's my main programs. I often use Insidium's X-particle systems for anything that's this kind of particle world, but it still all plays out within the Cinema world. So what I want to talk to you about today, I want to talk about concrete construction and destruction, and I want to talk about doing it in Cinema 4D specifically with the volume builder, fields, and Redshift. And I'm going to try to show it in these three projects. This first one is a set of pitch frames and a motion test that I did I'll get into what that was all about, and this is sort of about how I art directed the destruction of this concrete surface and all these elements, and then art directing construction in this sculptural kind of project that I did that was like an experimental project that I just sort of wanted to see if I could do it. And if we have time at the end, I have a really quick example of how you can take any model. This is a Quixel model, apply some of these effects we'll talk about, a little MoGraph, like rebarb setup, and get unique models on top of that, just to kind of open up what's available out there. All right, cool. So let's get into this first one. So this is focused on the destructive elements of this, how I got this controllable, procedural cracking surface into the body of this concrete structure. And what this is a set of design frames from a pitch that I was doing with Method Studios with a racing client. And for the specific racing client, their ask was to capture all the mood and the drama of a crash and the chaos and all of these things. So in a way, but also you have it be a tool set to play random interstitials, like whatever this could say. In this case, I used high speed and impact as like the setup. This would be, racer names or whatever element of the race, and also a way to showcase the various tracks that we're going to play throughout the season. So conceptually, they wanted us to focus in those areas, and I kind of thought about, okay, as I'm gathering things from the call, and this is a frame from my PureRef board, which is like definitely very much minimized down. But I'm gathering all this words they're saying. I'm kind of making a word map. I gathered a ton of imagery off to the side. I have the brief down here. I'm pulling everything together. And eventually, you sort of connect it all together, and you write some words to it, and a concept comes out of everything they've been saying. And what's great about this is all these little bits, I was like, okay, I need these concrete walls are something. That's the core of the concept. Like, that's where everything's going to live. And the way this is damaged in this thing, I want to kind of achieve that. And I like this, the way this map detailing is, and this wall stuff. These are all from sources probably many of you know. And then I have everything together, and I start to write out a concept to it so that I'm constantly reminded, like, well, why am I even trying to figure out how to crack into this wall or whatever? Well, I'm trying to do it because I'm trying to capture a metaphor for the pressure and the drama of being in a race, So, okay, so I've got my concept, and I've got my reason to go in here and figure this out, so I know I'm not just making a pretty picture for the sake of it. The client's going to like that. I feel good about really diving into this. And as I'm looking around, for these kind of assets, I'm like, well, they're going to have like a barrier around the racetrack. Like that's an existing model. And it honestly really wasn't. It wasn't something that I could find something with this exact damage. And then I thought, even if I did, like, what if that covers up the word wrong? Ugh, I don't want to be, beholden to that exact model. So, I started thinking, well, let me see what I can do in the volume builder in Cinema to try and create some of these things so I can really art direct exactly where I want all these cracks to be. So ultimately, once we had this concept and this thing's kind of suspended in space and you're floating around it, the drama's there, the lighting adds to it, all the detail, what we want to capture. I put together a motion test for the client, and I'll show that, and it just kind of will show what we tried to show them, so that here's this package you would have of all these interstitials and tracks that you could like play down when you're ready to with your client, and just get them excited about the package we were going to create for them in general. I'll let it play one more time because it's quick. Cool. So this can also be a little plug for Premium Beats. I just went in there and grabbed something silly that sounded, sporty, but I like the little violin loop in there. It felt right. So I wanted to give the client something to look at, like what is this final thing that they're gonna get, and how does this detail all hold up. So let's get into how I actually built it. We'll just do a render to get everything sort of cached in here. this was like still frame world. I eventually went in and animated to all these, as you saw, but I just worked in these still frames at first. And so you can see this is like exactly from the frame out there. And we'll just minimize this right now while we work on how that was detailed. So if I jump into this view is what you normally get, like the perspective view. And if you set up cameras, you get, that view takes over, that camera takes over. So what I always do is this defaults to like a, front or left camera. I always switch this to perspective as well. That way I can move around and explore and do everything I'm doing to this scene, but my camera view is maintained. And so you can see like this is actually flat and sitting at world 0. And then I just, with the take system down here, I sort of captured a couple of these different cameras. So you can see every time I click one, the camera is set up to pick a camera out, and we're just picking different angles. So if I just go into the texture, and I have a little shortcut where I've just basically did this command, connect that node to the output. So I've just like made that go into the main output just so we can see. That's how I was like lining up my cameras. I knew that I wanted like something close on this. You can't quite tell what this says. It picks back. You get this reveal. Same thing for like the track map. You can go in here. You can have, I'll explain some of these things a little bit, but that's how I got lined up on all that. Cool. So that explains why you see one object and these changing scenes. I try to, as much as possible, I try to pull what I can out of one scene, especially in a pitch mode where I just, I'm turning cameras around this rather than duplicating this whole setup and turning it like 8 times. That would be a little counterproductive. So I ended up with this ultimate broken up thing, textured and all that. So I have that, but I got it from this build section. So we'll go in here and we'll turn off this debris because we're not really like thinking about that right now. These were just like some Quixel models that I colorized to add like some asphalt down here and some broken up parts on the corner. So we'll turn those off as well, but they'll render, but we just don't need to see them right now. So yeah, so like I said, I think this started with a cube, and I was like, all right, what can I do to this cube to get all this drama in here? So I started with a volume builder, which is in here in this menu. You drop the volume builder and you put it inside a volume mesher, and I'll get into some settings specifically there. Since I'm kind of breaking this down, I'm not always going to show exactly where it came from, but I'll work backwards through what I have. So all these things that I ultimately shaped this block with are in this volume builder, and some of them are turned off, and I'll explain that in a minute. And then I'll turn them on here. This is the equivalent of me like dragging this thing in here, but I'm just going to show it that way for speed. So we can see this cube. Like we'll start with this little corner thing here, and I just took a simple cube out of here, all these other shapes available to you, and I moved it in onto this corner, and I knew right away, like, okay, this thing's been like extracted. It's in a museum. The wall is so damaged it's no longer stable for the racetrack, but let's start showing how messed up it got over the years. So I put this cube into the volume builder here, and that's this one right here, and I set it to subtract, and there you go. Then you can move this around. I could set the depth of that damage. Maybe it's just on the corner a little bit, maybe it's the whole thing. And I'm just playing, like this is a great tool, and the speed this thing works at, Maxon makes it feel like play, So really that's what I was doing. I wasn't stressed out that I couldn't find this model. I was like, I'm going to go make my own, and like that already is empowering in a way that, I knew I could meet this deadline of this pitching time. But this is obviously a super boring cut. Like no concrete would ever break so smoothly like that. So this is where you can start adding in some fun detail. So if underneath all these, you can see they all have something parented under it. And what it is, if I go into linear, like a line mode, I've switched between this mode and that mode, and I'm using these shortcuts ND and NC to get there. So if I go into the line mode, you can see this cube has a ton of segments on the top, on the surfaces I was most going to need to stamp into here to create some detail. And this displacer that's on here is just a little bit of height, and I kept it intensity centered. I wanted upwards, positive and negative displacement, and then I bumped it in here with this blistered noise. You have all these other normal noises together. I was finding for this project, blistered noise created a cement pattern that really like looked very cool. And you can scale it up and down, and you can see when I turn this on, I'm getting these bumps, and I'm getting like this little cool stamp, you know, and I can change all the sizes of it. And if I go back to NC, like it was enough that looked okay. That's a rough texture that I'm looking for. So when I turn the volume builder back on and it cuts that away, yeah, now you can see this edge has like this interesting cut to it. It's not just this like lame solid cut that would never happen if something was broken off. Cool. So like already I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna work. This is better than anything spending 5 more hours looking for models, and like just let that go and focus full on this. So I use the same technique like 5 more times, cut different corners off here. If I have them selected, you can kind of see the ghosting of where they are. Same thing, boxes with displacers in there, just angled exactly where I needed them. And like down here on this one, it's more chunky and bigger because, you know, I took that specific cube and the scale on its global scale is a little bigger. Or maybe it's this one. I think it's like 65. Yeah, 61. See, the other ones are 10, and you can make it match that if you wanted. But, you know, I wanted something bigger on there. And just a note, too, like I have this in a volume builder with a pretty low voxel size, but you can go up to like 5 and get a lot of like speed back now because everything's so like quick, you know, and you know, once, and then you can just keep working up fidelity like as you get there. You're like, all right, cool, that looks better. So I was done with cubes. I'm like, that's the great basic first shape. And then I started working, like, well, I hate that little corner right there. That's annoying me. So I drug this platonic solid in, and you can see that's just I'm gonna turn off these again. You can see that's just the equivalent of a platonic solid scaled down, and it has a displacer on it like the way the blocks do, and it gives it all that noise. And I mean, I did bump up segments to get it to have enough segments to displace. So cool. So then back in the mesher, undoing a little bit here. DNC. Here we go. It just gave me like that sweet little corner chunked off like that. And I was like, well, that's cool. Can I do that across the whole surface to get the rest of like the little chunks I wanted in? I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah, there we go. But then I was like, well, wait, I don't want to do by hand like all the cracks. That's not as procedural as I'd love it to be. Let's see what else we can do. And so the other thing you can drag into these, it doesn't have to be objects, doesn't have to be shapes. You can drag in fields. So like these kind of live up here, create fields and that. But I like to make like tools down this little strip here, so I brought this whole thing over there. So that's the other place you can find them. Or you can just kind of like type in what you want. Fields, oops, not that. Shader, yeah, they're all down the list down there. Like Control C, and then you can go from there. So I grabbed this thing, I threw it into the stack, and if I turn it on, you'll see, yeah, I mean, like, there we go. That sure didn't want to do that by hand, so using like procedural stuff, that gets way better. But I was like, oh, well, wait, you know, I mean, this starts out actually, I'm going to clear this. This starts out like this, you know, like this box. And again, I'll bump this up to like 3 so we get a little more feedback. It's like, oh, yeah, I don't really, this isn't helping, this isn't quick, and you wouldn't have this hard edge here. So then, you know, I mess with these settings. There's an object below. There's the entire thing like broken up. That's cool. It's not what we're looking for, but it's just also something cool that you can do. If I bump back the fidelity, I mean, look at all that. And it's pretty real time. I mean, once it calculates, it's great. So I turned on this in the shader field. I was like, okay, well, I do know it has, in the stack of the volume builder in the shader field, if I select it, I knew it had this box mode and this create controller thing. So instead of creating one and reusing it, I'm just going to use the one I had. There you get a little more control back at least. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I can kind of pull it to the side, like move this, like crack just to the edges over here where it's really broken up, and that'll be enough. And you know it is, but it kept leaving this hard edge, and I was like, all right, this isn't right for this, but I'm gonna keep it in mind and use it on something else. And so cool. So then I looked at this whole thing and I was like, all right, well, I have to get some other cracks in there somehow. And so the way that I did that was with redshift and displacement. I decided this was a great base and it's time to move on and go from there. And before I leave it, I just want to, this thing's been up top and it's huge. It's a key little detail. So let me turn it off and you can see everything breaks. It's not necessarily broken, it's just the way it's interpreted. So in general, this volume builder has two modes. It has fog and it has sign distance field. Sign distance field is great, but when you start getting low with this number at this scale, you know, like compared, this is the normal world scale. Like this is 200 units and this is pretty big. It was just going to be like a lot. I couldn't get the detail as much as I wanted. So that's when I switch over to the fog mode. And like these things work differently too. When you're in this mode, you get like this set of subtract, union, and intersect. And when you're in fog mode, you get a lot more, like almost like Photoshop style amounts of, not that many, but a lot more blend modes that can become really valuable, which is another reason I like to use it. So, but you can see when I turn this mesher on, it's like, it doesn't understand that density of that fog cloud. So I'd have to mess with this voxel range like up to here to get it. And I was like, I mean, I'd rather this works correctly first than to have to do this and then do this later and like after the fact. So the way that I worked with that was I picked up a tip from somewhere. I think it's one of the sources I'll show at the end. But down here you have these kind of like limiters. You can do some different things with all these, but fog curve just by itself, just at the top of the stack, which is all that this is. I think I just deleted the whole thing. That's not what we wanted to do. Boom, there we go. Okay, that at the top of the stack, you can see instantly this works again. I don't exactly know the logic of this. Like it is explained, I'm sure, somewhere, but when I found the tip, anytime I'm working in fog, I just work with that at the top and everything works great. So that's a little tip if you're having issue with fog builder, that can help. And then when you're in this mesher over here, it's like the last detail before we go and work with this thing and like all of its fidelity. So maybe you don't want like this high density mesh for your final. So there's a couple things you can do on the mesher itself before you like would take it from there. Even just changing this adaptive quality, for instance, to 0.1, now we have a model that might be a little more friendly in like a game engine or something like that, because we just reduced the polygons by, you know, probably millions just by breaking these all out. It needed more data here. It didn't need data here. That's what adaptive does. It puts the segments where you need data. So I ended up needing all the data because I was going to like subsurface divide into here. So I just thought, okay, I'll leave it there. But one thing that is cool, like is if this is at 62, it's normally at 50. The reason I did that is because if you can see, if I go all the way up here to like 100, this actually becomes like a straight edge again. So maybe you do that and then you add round edge in redshift or something like that. So this little thing, like before you commit, you know, you have this sort of one last controller where you're pushing the volume in and out to get the kind of shaping that you wanted. And 62 was the sweet spot for me, not 692, 62. Yeah, great. So I took that whole thing, current state to object, command it. I got this duplicate of the whole thing. You know, now this is ready to work. You don't necessarily have to do this step. There's a certain level where I'm going into pitch mode. I don't know that I want to be so procedural. It wasn't like a test to see if I could. It was more about, I need this base. Let me get this out as quickly as possible. So now to get all this other roughness and damage to the front, we jump over into redshift, and I'll show you how I got all that. So I made a material, put it on there, got it all set up and going, and I don't love this mode. You know what, it's fine. I don't love when this thing's like in the same window, but it's not a big deal. Undock, just make more room. Okay, cool. So I have this texture. It's broken up into a couple pieces. Let's let this re-render right here. And one thing I like to do when I'm in this mode is I build things with triplanar, like the base for this whole thing, and that way I can map the main like graphic on here, this high speed graphic. I actually map this all on like a flat projection, so that like you can see here this is like a way that was kind of prior to the now stacking things that you can do in 2023, which are awesome. But if I switch over here to this mode, I can like move high speed around wherever I want. And, you know, that's because it's flat projected. But because I'm using triplanar mappings here, which I'll get into in a little, this concrete is maintained because it's like not, and also my procedural destruction, but the map of the text can be moved around wherever. So that's kind of the setup I used for this. I kind of knew there would only be one text piece at a time. It's quick and dirty. It was easier than dealing with the UVs because let me show you what they look like. This is what output when I saved the thing as an object. It did a weird spherical projection. It's like, I know I could UV project this, but I don't want to. I'm in pitch mode and I got to move quick, you know? So that's the reason that I didn't really fully go into all that. So let me just make sure this is at the right place. It is. Cool. So it didn't really matter because I had, let this go here. Cool. I had, you know, I knew, okay, I want to like triplanar project this concrete so that lives independently of the projection of the whole texture. And then I want this red paint kind of more shiny thing to come through my text. And then I want this procedural, Maxon procedural noise, which is in a 3D space and can be moved around procedurally as well. And I'll show that to kind of be on top and cut through this text and all that. So I'll do a little trick here just for a little speed. So in Redshift, if you go to this globals, this is a way hidden thing that's super useful. I don't want to disable or turn off my displacement while I'm showing you all these things, but I want it to render faster than when displacement is on. So this little checkbox at the bottom of globals, tessellation and displacement, this undoes everything that you do in these Redshift tags. Now I'm going to close these camera ones because that's not really what we're talking about. In these Redshift tags in here, even with all this checked on, this is undone by switching this box on. And that is evident here. You can see I don't have my displacement anymore, but I still have my mass and everything all kind of reacting. I mean, actually now if I just jump over in this and move this around, like it's way zippier and like we can go in and check like, okay, yeah, did I get the top projected? Yeah, it's cool. The triplanar mapping is properly picking up. Even though it looks stretched here, it's working in there. So you can like check things and then you can get back to displacement at the end when you're ready to do that. So so these triplanar textures, I won't go a ton of detail other than to just say they just to sort of show you what they are. So this just like came from Quixel, all from different places. I like the way that looked weathered. I ran it through a Redshift. I ran it through a triplanar, so it adhered to everything I just showed, and it through a color correct, so it was kind of more of a white texture. And ran that into the diffuse layer of this concrete texture. And then that is all running into a material blender. So we'll get to the material blender in a second, but if we look at that, we've got this concrete. That looks lovely. Cool. Then this is going to be all painted red for a minute. I knew I wanted a concrete version that took some of these other bumps over here, like this normal map that I have going on. You know, these little divots and things. There's actually other line data in there, as you can see. And there's just some other random little things that dirted up the surface for me and made the bump on the concrete. And I piped that into this red paint so it felt like it was on the same cracks and crevices of the surface. Piped that into the layer color of this material blender. So the concrete's in the base, this red paint waiting to be masked out by the blend colors in the base. We're good there. I brought in this texture that I made in Photoshop, and it has alpha and the whole thing. I split out its alpha and I ran that over, and you get, I think I've shown before, you get this result. So that's waiting to punch through something. So I have this Redshift color layer, and I'm not going to go into the detail of where all these are exactly, but the color on the top is a cue to where you can find them over here. And so the way this works is just like, yeah, it's inputting, it has a base, which is this file, and then it's going to input a different thing and set it to multiply and mask from that. And so what I'm masking is this concrete procedural noise from that's weird, my output thing stopped working. Oh, all right, that's why, because I was doing the wrong thing. Okay, cool. So this is procedural noise from Maxon. This is all the noise that's available to you in like the displacer I was showing. I was using like blister to turbulence in the displacer. In this case, I was using turbulence. And I've done some settings down here, like some cycles to get it, you know, you can have it be more or less contrasted. And I'm also showing you here, you can animate this on and off. So it could be completely no damage, and then it animates on and gets super damaged. That is a way to like think about the tools that you're using here. So I've taken that noise, which actually that's the one I will show because I colorized it for me. It's normally in this yellow section, and it looks like that to start. So that mine's green because I just decided I need to know this is a main node. So the one place I pipe it is here into this ramp, which I have slotted way hard over here, and that gives me this very hard black and white image. So that's going up into this top layer color that I was talking about, and it's cutting away at the same place that displacement is going to happen, away from the high speed or whatever text is there. So that'll be important in a minute. I'll show you. The other way that I'm piping it, though, you can pipe this into multiple places, is down into this lower ramp where I've changed the ramp like settings and qualities. So, here you can see it's piping, it's changing it's the same texture that's cutting away the mask on the other thing, but it's got this white and black output because displacement is looking for white and black. It's looking for white to push things up. It's looking for black to push things down. It's looking for gray to do nothing to it. It was a little bit of a risk to use black to push things up, but I just thought it would like give volume to the overall surface. You could make this gray, and then really it would only be pushing one way or the other. And then the really interesting thing here is how displacement itself works. So that's not what I wanted to do. So displacement has this texture goes into it, and it has a scale here. Now in this case I used -1, and this is where it's important to me to undo this tessellation and displacement because everything I'm talking about won't show up otherwise. So normally this starts at 1, and so that's going to do the opposite thing. That pushes out the cracks and pushes back the wall. So I usually don't change this number from 1. Sometimes I make it less than 1, but I think of this number as like a multiplier. And I'm going to put up a link at the end of a place where I learned that technique. And I think if everybody watches that, there's a lot of mystique around how these things really work. And I think they're really not that terrible, and they're pretty powerful. So that's the first part of it. And the second part of getting displacement to work is, right, and I think I said, but the negative makes it kind of act the other way. The other way I could have done that is just inverted this ramp, but, I've done what I've done. Here we are. So cool. So then if you don't already have it on there, you got to go in here, you got to go to render tags, and you got to go to this redshift object. In the redshift object, this will all be off by default, which was back to where we were. Like this particular thing has no displacement. You turn on this override, you turn on tessellation override, and you turn on displacement. The tessellation is, if you remember, it's going to take whatever this geo is, and it's going to look and find anything less than it's sort of like a unit thing. So anything less than 3 units, maybe it's a size thing. It's really trial and error. On this mesh that's not dense enough, it's going to add geo into it. So, this is a pretty dense mesh. This starts at 4. I'm not even sure that me going down to 3 did anything. I just knew that I wanted to put some stuff on the surface, so I needed the density just in case. But, you sort of lower this at your own risk. If you get down to like the 1s or 2s, I've seen like some very big it can definitely crash things, and that's why Maxon and Redshift have, wisely put it up at 4 so you don't find yourself in that loop. But these can be adjusted. On like low poly things, it can really help. At render time, you get more subdivision. And then the other key thing to turn on here to actually get displacement is this little guy. So you can see, like, if you don't have that checked, again, no displacement. And you can see when you start, this starts at 1 and this starts at 1. And you almost can't see probably, but there's very little displacement in there, hardly any. And so think of these things, rather than like messing with this is just sort of like negative or positive to me. But think of these things on the tag in geometry down here, these displacement settings, as your main base for where you're going to do this setting. So the maximum displacement is like in world units how much displacement you're going to be allowed. So it's weird because you set it and it's still not a very deep displacement kind of thing, and that's because displacement scale, that's a power, right? So I want it displaced 4 world units to the power of 40. All of a sudden, boom, we got this huge density right here. So, you know, I mean, yeah, I can displace 1 world unit to the power of 40 and get like, now it's too much crevices and too much density and stuff. So then I'd bring this back to like the power of 10. So that's a great way to think about it. And I am paraphrasing a little bit from a place that I'll throw up at the end. So, you know, consider that that's the way these work together, and they give you these different results, and you can get more control back on them. Because that's one of the issues I always had. I couldn't get the control. Like, if you wanted to be twice as much displacement, you would just bump up the unit allowance, and you'd bump up the power allowance. You're going to see this is going to get crazy now, like giant holes, and it kind of pulls the edge along a little bit. That just has to do with the fineness of my masking. You can like have that or not. I thought it was cool that it looked like some paint was on there so long that it like bled into the surface, so I left it. But just, I mean, this is a much better way to understand displacement in general and get you a look that you can control. It doesn't always have, a lot of people leave this at 1 and then they change this, and like, nobody's wrong. It's just, this is the way that I've found is the most easiest to understand it. And now this is like a multiplier, so it's a little tricky to see, but if I set this to like -5, you should get more like crunchiness in this. It's a little more dense and deep. So now you're like multiplying the effect with the settings not changing the depth at all. That's the way to think about displacement. Cool. And so the value of all of this, right? I've got it all set up, and I'm like, and the client's like, yeah, this is great, but like, what the hell does that say? I mean, does it say, I can't tell. And you're like, oh, whoa, just everything's fine. We're going to go right here. This thing has movement. We've got this procedural setup. And you're just like, I'm going to go -5. And I'm pushed this whole thing over, and they're like, oh, it says speed. Like, great. Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, we can definitely take this to the top and share now. Obviously, you can like change the value of this. Like, if it's too crazy, too much is coming through, you can like slim down the damage. Now we just have these like little tiny little pieces right here. So it's totally controllable. It's totally procedural. You can change these to different types of noises, and get a whole, like, that's a whole different look effect. That looks like a different kind of cracked up wall, and you might want to change some of your other settings based on that. And you know, this looks like a different kind of cracked up wall with extra little patterns in here. So, you know, once you get it in, you can just play. Like, we have these tools, we have these easy procedural setups. That's what Maxon's allowing us to do, and it really does. It does feel like play. Cool. So I'll leave that alone. There's obviously always more to talk about, but we don't need to get into the other textures. I just did different masking to get those pieces that like strip on and highlight the track. I'd use similar techniques to get, you know, this crack to be right around here on the track and have that edge cut right off on the fast track. But because I had full control of what those looked like, it's not like I was resculpting that every time. That would take forever. I had 2 days to do this pitch, you know, so had to do it like quick and dirty with this procedural setup. So cool. And I'll show the split part that I was in the beginning of the project. We don't need that rendering, just to show like how I use the volume builder further in that. What I'm talking about is this moment at the end where the piece cracks open. So to get that, I took the same piece that we had been working with, and I just took it and put it inside of a volume builder, inside of a mesher builder. So this is the cube. This is the broken cube that we decided, like, that's the look of the base. Laid that here. Put everything else that I cut through in an object. Drag that in. You can have things kind of living inside of an object, and then it'll notice everything inside of it. Set that to subtract. Got the fog layer up for stability. Didn't actually need it on this one, but I still, like I said, I like it there. And then just turning these off. I just did the same thing. Simple cube, simple displacer. So it's more interesting, I think, now that you can see the pieces. You know, the cube is what's cutting that away. You add the displacer. Now it's got a chunky edge. You put the bend deformer in it, so you get a little bit of natural crack movement, and yeah, and then in the final, I just did a couple other things to it, like I used a taper and cracked it open with a taper, so it started through the bottom small and the top wide, and then I just cut to this moment where the two smashed apart, so that like, you know, tricking the eye. And I would have amped up this value like on the final, but it, you know, it's just something to get the client like excited that this is what you're going to give them. So cool. So let's jump into this other project. Oh, this one doesn't want to go away. There we go. See how much time we have here. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'll talk about this one quicker. So this was another project I did. Similar principles, but now we're art directing construction. We're art directing building back up. There's destructive elements to this, but essentially it's a sculpture from the bottom up. So ultimately, I had a couple of these models laying around, and I had an idea to kind of put them together in this zany, abstract piece. I had like some Quixel models, some CG Trader stuff, some arms that I cut off of models at 3D Scans, which is a free source. Highly recommend checking that out. And like a cube that I thought would sit in the middle, and I could sculpt to look like these things. And you know, even in my experimental work, I'm like, well, and you know, how abstract should it be? Maybe there's a little bit of a purpose. So I mean, in this case, I like made it look like an athletic shoe kind of thing, you know, so that like it appeals to something. There's a little bit of a focus and some light on it or whatever. And then the last detail was like, how do I get all these like little cracks and crevices in control, and then make the whole thing felt like it was put in a mold and merged back together. I'm like, well, that sounds like some volume builder and fields talks. So same thing. And my pure ref board for this was more just like collection to prove that to myself that this is a real world thing, you know, and then look at those details and some digital versions of it. Also to like track my progress, like my blocking as I go. So it's a great little tool to keep the concept focused as you go. All right, so we're gonna close that one up, and we're in here now. This might be thinking about volumes. Let's see. Oh, it's good. Okay, cool. So this is the final piece, and this is kind of like where the final quality of the count. This is like a slightly optimized one just to show. The real one was like a little more dense. But so yeah, you can see how it all meshes together and how it has these like little details, these little edges, like so it's believable that this came out of the same cast. And I started up here. And I do kind of like use this system quite a bit, like build, volume, and like final sculpture, right? So in the build, I'm actually like doing that. This is where the blocking happened. I didn't really know what the final sculpture was. I just knew that me and my friend, like EJ calls these guys Bobs, and I'm like, we're gonna make this together. It's gonna be great. I think this thing being a Bob is a great thing to call him. I call him that myself too in my head. But I needed him there because I wanted the scale of everything to work like as I went. You know, can that shoe fit on him? I actually tested it. It could. And then, because I'm freaking neurotic like that sometimes. And so, yeah, then I really did. I started with these Quixel things, and I was like, that's cool. I like that base. And I was like, this cube, I'm going to have to work on him. He's got to look like that. We'll come back to him. These cement fillers made things kind of like fill up. Like they added to the believability that like, this thing was getting fused, and there were all these like little deformities in the cracks and crevices. I worked on this concrete block as an interesting way to work up to the shoe that everything was going to focus up to. Supported it with these weights and threw this kettlebell in and these arms. And you know, in these arms, I just have like this display tag on it. It's in here, in tags, in render, in display, and I just have that set to lines. So that I could see, you know, I'm going to use this to cut that arm away, but I needed to see the edging of it. So that's what that is all about. So I took all these things, blocked them all together, and sort of just actually hid this sculpture. The top of the shoe like wasn't taking the volumes very well, so that just always kind of lives out there. Cool. Then I'm in volume mode, and I'm like, what do I need to build here? So we'll just look at like this kettlebell. Like I knew that I needed a volume to get the but I'm still referencing these stuff. Even though I have them off, I'm still referencing these final things. So I knew that in here in the kettlebell, I have this object and I have this 20-pound object, and I want to set it inside of of that volume. So I drug these up, and in this case, they become a link because they're not children, right? You can work with these isolated of the objects. They don't have to be in here under as a child. They can stay in this blocking grouping. So I drug the kettlebell in, I drug the 20 LB in, the 20 pounds, and you know it defaults to union, which gives you like this effect, which could be cool. It's not what I was looking for here because kettlebells have like a subtracted surface thing usually with these numbers, and cool. Then I got that. I got this down to a number that was good, knowing this would get smooth further, and really just kind of worked that way like all through. I'm gonna skip the shoe, but like here's the arm at the top. Oh, and one thing to mention, like before I left finished volume thing, is I put this cache layer up here, and you know that just lives right here, and you throw it up and then you say cache. You can, I think it only caches to the thing, but what that did was just, this is a much less processor heavy thing for Cinema to work with now because it's under this cache thing. It's only looking at this, it's not looking at the stuff and everything else, it's just looking at the new thing it formed. So yeah, so then I did that on all of these other objects on the arm, anything that needed special attention, like the cubes to cut this off. And I would have like the cement blocks show through, these cinder blocks show through to make sure that that was all looking good. Like anything that I needed to turn on a per object level, I would like use these awesome radio button things here, and I would just be like, yep, that's looking right, one piece at a time. Then I got to the center cube, and I was like, okay, this thing just looks like a cube. So I was like, well, I know you can use fields to do all this cutaway stuff too. So let's just get rid of everything we're not looking at here. To make this model look a little more like these guys. So that was the challenge there. I was like, okay. So it starts off, it doesn't have any of these on it. It's just a cube. But I was just trying to show you can also use linear fields. So again, I'm using this menu that's up in the top here, and you can put any of these in. And in this case, I use a linear field. Same way I was cutting off the corner of the first thing with a block, here I'm doing it with a linear field. So that works just like any other field would be. This is and what I would do is I would just turn the stoplight on of each item, kind of moving in and out. That's how you get this crack in there. At the bottom, I put this random field that gave it all this detailing. Again, this is another type of field that's down in here, and it has all the other surfaces, so you can get all these other things. You can try, once you set this up, you know, you can try everything out and get what you want. You literally are art directing what you want. This was to make room for these weights that were coming out. You know, that's essentially why I was cracking there. And I mean, I'll show you, like if I turn all these on at once, it looks insane, but that's just the end product. That's not what I was doing. You know, I was like making one, focused on that edge, and you know, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want to cut off on the bottom there. Add it to the stack, like add it over to this stack, set it to multiply, and worked all the way up through these. So you know, even though that's overwhelming, just one piece at a time, you'll get there. You know, and then I threw this fog smooth on just to give it a little kind of like cleanliness at the end. And I think, oh yeah, and then I cached the whole thing so it was a little easier. Then the final thing was take all of these and I put it in this like one mega sculpture, which, let's see here. So the cool thing you can do with these, you can stack these up, right? So this volume builder is taking these finished volume meshers as if they're like objects. They're set to union. Anything else that was remaining, like the kettlebells, all of that, that's all brought into here, and that's used as objects as well. That's the mega sculpture. Everything's formed together on this edge, and then you can start doing things like dilating and eroding the sort of shape. I use like super subtle settings in here, so you almost can't even see what that one does. But this final smooth on the top of it, it's just kind of calculating down here quicker because I cached everything. But you know, that's it, you know, that really works. You get this final like smoothed in like fill that you don't have to sculpt and that you could change on the fly. So you take all that and you save it all out as a you know, the same thing I did on the other one, like right click, current state to object, Maybe I shouldn't have done it because that's a long time waiting. Oh, that wasn't too bad actually. Yeah, and then you got the geo from that. You pull it down, and then the last thing I'll try to show quickly is you get this major sculpture. There's like one level of final things that I wanted to do to it, right? Like I wanted to sculpt a different one kind of concrete for certain areas, like around all this damage, and one kind of area concrete on this smooth stuff. So that's where Redshift comes into play. Like on what I'm calling the regular concrete texture, I just have this like pretty simple normal map on it. It's generally smooth, but still concrete-like. And then on this other one, again, using like a material blender, I put all these extra dense things, like really damaged-looking things. And I just make them come through in this white and black. And the way I made those come through is I painted it with these fields, essentially. So you can go into vertex color tag, which these live here, tags, other, vertex color. And you can turn on fields, and when you turn on fields, you can drag whatever. And again, I just used circular fields and box fields, but you could drag in random fields, etc., whatever. And then so yeah, that gives you something to pull into your blend color. And so everywhere that was white is getting damage. Everywhere that was black is getting like the smooth concrete. And that is just a quick little thing on that. So I definitely don't have time to show this last project, but just a quick sort of one final thing you can kind of do with these techniques. You could take a Quixel model or a model from anywhere. You could do some of that shader stuff that we were messing with in the beginning that shader field that wasn't quite right for that first barrier. But you could use it in this way. You could pipe in a noise shader with blister turbulence and global scale 623. Again, blister turbulence was working for concrete, so that's why I chose that. And you get this sort of representation of the shader, and so you can subtract that from the Quixel model in a volume builder and the fog curve for stability. And then I built this thing really quickly in MoGraph with just one piece of rebarb and made this structure, put them all together, and it equals this unique asset that you can then put into a bool and take the result of like this thing being meshed out and that. You get to maintain the texture from the Quixel model, but you get to cut through it and put something triplanar inside of that. And all of a sudden you've got this like wartime piece of debris that you created. And then if you just now flip this seed down here, you've got another piece to put in the scene and another piece, and ad nauseum, you can make thousands. And like this isn't even really a high octave in here, 5. If it went up to 8, you get like some of these softer round things go away and you get really like dense, more realism, so you can kind of stylize it to your looks. So, all right, so that was a little recap of what we went over. These are some amazing places to that I picked up some of the training, and there's lots of things on Maxon's YouTube channel and some things on Cineversity, specifically from Jonah Pills, EJ, and Noseman all have them. This Patreon that I follow, M. Sadab, I think he goes by _sub or _subframe. His tutorials in general are amazing. Some of the settings I got on the wall and the debris that was procedural came from him specifically, so highly recommend checking that out. Yiseon Kim on Colosso has a cool tutorial about the vertex color tags. So I kind of went through those quickly, but that's where I learned that technique, so that's a great place to really learn it. And the UME Academy YouTube page ran by Theo Daly and Joe Lawrence, they have a really awesome Redshift tutorial specifically, and all kinds of stuff. But one specifically on Redshift was this one. That is where I learned how to talk about the displacement tag. And, I think that they do a great job, probably even better. And maybe I've even made mistakes when I was doing it, but they really do a good job of breaking that down there. And everything on their page is really great too. So that was huge on this project. So cool. So yeah, I've been Andrew Hess. These are all the places you can find me. Contact me anytime about work or otherwise. And all my social spaces here. Yeah, that's it.
All right, Andrew. Great. All right, we have time for a couple questions. Carlos is still getting ready and getting his files together. So we'll get started with the live audience. We'll start here. Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, like in this crack. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I have that file. It might not be enough time to pull it up, but yeah, essentially, I took the two things that I showed. You get just by putting it through. Actually, I should repeat the question for the audience. How did I achieve this cracked wall down on the bottom here? Yeah, essentially, when I showed the piece where I put like a cube with displacement in the middle of it, bent it just to get this like interesting cut. Took those two pieces and sort of like saved them as two halves and put the texture back on it. And like, it's kind of tricky to catch, but like in the actual output, you can see that I do one where I'm animating that thing that breaks down through it, because you can cache animation into volume builders as well. So that's what's happening. I'm taking that same cube setup, I'm pushing it down through, and I have a taper on it, so it makes like a point, and then by the time it gets through the end, it kind of expands. And then right at this moment, I took those two pieces and just like reset their like nulls to the front here, and I just twist them, So I just like faked the look, it's not that it actually snapped and I put physics on it. Yeah, it's a fake, and then all this debris around here is just cloners with noise movement on it, and it sells it, enough. Yeah. I mean, you're working with like a day or two, so you got to just like cut some corners, but still, you don't want the client to think that. You want the outcome to be beautiful, and these are the tools that really quickly help us get there. So yeah.
So I have a question for you. The depth. How do you get the color in the cracks?
Oh, like the way it's bleeding in here and stuff. So that's funny. It's actually like a bit of an error.
Yes.
But I was mentioning it actually, and I like how it sort of errored its way in there. And I can show you real quick. Like, if I bump this up, and let's go to, yep, it's in the right camera. So, and we'll zoom in here, like 100 on that, but we'll do fixed scaling just so we can like get up at one close up. Let's go 150. Let's get wild. So, okay, so we're kind of like looking at the way that's bleeding onto the edge in there, right? Okay, so the map that is connecting that is, like I said, this is the Maxon noise thing, which looks kind of soft on its own, like kind of like that. Then you push it through this ramp shader, and what's happening is just like, if I take this edge and push it back a little bit, it's coming off of the wall a little. And so now when we go back into the main view, it should like do that less. See, so it's right. So, and that, another art directable thing, like I'm glad you brought it up, because I didn't want to get in too much nitty gritty, so I missed the thing. But this little, just slide in that, in addition to being able to just push this around wherever you want, so easy, you just can slide like how much crack do you want it in? Do you just want it to catch a little bit of the paint like in there? And it's because like the depth is saying to push it pretty intensely, so when it gets really near to the edge, it just grabs pieces and stretches them. It's like a mistake that for this looked like old paint bled in. Yeah, so it's a happy accident.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, someone from the internet said, do you use your CG Access subscription a lot?
Oh, that's
they don't
funny.
find themselves using it.
I haven't ever actually used that at all, CG Access subscription. No, I know that source, but I tend to find Quixel, because not just their 3D assets, like they have textures that are just concrete wall. I'm pretty sure those are ones I'm using. And a lot of stuff from the Grayscale kit, they have great things. And Polygon are my main go-tos. I have seen those CG Access things. They were kind of like a little, like they didn't have some of the quality, but I also didn't understand how to do displacement the same way. So I bet if I went back and used that, they would have the quality I was expecting,
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. We will wrap up for today with Andrew. We have one last presenter, so stay tuned. We're going to get started here in about the next 5 minutes, so stay tuned. And once again, if you haven't registered, make sure to check out 3dmotionshow.com. Enter your information. You're going to get your chance to win a Dell laptop or a SenseLab tablet next week. So stay tuned. We'll see you in 5 minutes with our last presenter, Carlos.
Woo.
motion it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you're needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 3D Motion Show here live at NAB East, NAB New York. I'm accompanied by my good man Carlos Hidalgo, right?
Hidalgo, yeah.
Hidalgo. Yeah, so we are going to get started here. And for those of you who are tuning in, if you're getting in late, make sure you go to 3dmotionshow.com, sign up, register. We're giving away a Dell laptop and a SenseLab tablet. And I'll tell you more about that. But we got ZBrush Summit coming up. We got Z Summit coming up. That's so many other events. We got Ask the Trainer every week. We got VFX and Chill on the weekends. So there's so many amazing events. You'll go to maxon.net www.nabwest.com/events and check out everything that we have. So without further ado, Carlos.
All right, everybody. Thank you for everything. Thank you for that. All right. All right. So I just want to talk really quick about myself. I'm not really well known around here, but I'm Carlos Hidalgo. I'm a Venezuelan creative director, art director, 3D artist. I work at Accenture and I have my own little studio that I just launched, but I want to talk about that later. Just want to show you more about me. I'm going to talk to you more about me, where I'm from, how it's a little bit more about my background, so you get to know who you are seeing and what's up. All right, I was born in Maracaibo, Venezuela. Actually, first let me just show you what we're doing, so you all know what's happening. We're gonna make this little guy just going up on this ladder from scratch. Right now we have a few problems, as you can see, because I just make this project for this event. And I feel like the grass is going a little bit too crazy. That's a problem on the matrix. And sadly for us, for me actually, it's not looping really well because at the end I have a little mistake. And we're gonna fix that. It's not a big deal. We're just gonna fix it and send it back to render and see what's up. All right, about myself. Let me just show you my website over here. You can see my. So I'm Carlos Hidalgo. I'm from Venezuela, Maracaibo. I grew up in Venezuela. And you can see a little bit here about all I do on my work. You can visit anytime and just check out what's up around here. Let me share my reel really quick. All right, so that's it. Yeah, after 8 years of working, I've been able to play a lot with different things, different programs, and getting a bit more natural and feel more organic with C4D and other programs, as you can see here. And a little thing about me last year, I was working on this NFTs project that you also can see over here. And check out, all this is done C4D. And really interesting about this is that at this time I was just learning Redshift. I did all this to learn Redshift, to push the Redshift to another limit, to start to understand Redshift and give myself opportunity to learn Redshift in another level with different things, clouds, BDBs, things, layers, start to working with cloud, with cloth, and even with a few of what we're gonna be seeing today, some scatter of plants. this project gave me the opportunity to start working with other artists, and I managed to work on the art industry, fine art industry this year, and collaborate with other artists who doesn't have been working on this medium before. They are more like a conventional sort of artists, and here you can see what we were able to bring from a more traditional art, abstract set of art. And we are currently collaborating with other artists, which is always excited because artists also always have a different perspective from things, and because they don't completely understand 3D, you have to bring all these to their brain and try to push that to a new dimension, to new levels. That's really interesting. I mean, we have been working even with graffiti artists and street artists that have been bringing that up to another level. We'd love to show you something of that on here, but sadly, I don't have it. But well, stuff about myself. Let's just go into the project. We're gonna just go into Mixamo and gonna try to find a character around here. Great tool, Maxon. Easy to work, easy to pick. While Maxon is sharding, I'm just gonna go ahead and start opening bridge. All right, 222. Ooh, I gotta log in. All right, that's done really quickly. Meanwhile, 222, let me set up my plan. All right, in here particularly, I use this one. Particularly use this animation, and you pretty much could use any other animation. You can find other animations that work for you, but right now we're just gonna stick with this one as it's is what we use on the render that I showed earlier. All right, we have our animation. We like it. And again, there are a lot of other options in Mixamo. You can just go through them. You can pick the character and just find another character that you like the best. You can even upload your character. Pretty amazing tool. All right, I'm gonna just go ahead and trim the frames and use as much frames as I can from these. I did slow it down a little bit because at the beginning it's a little too fast for me. So I'm just slowing it down right away. At the beginning I did not do that, and the render didn't look really well, to be honest with you all. So you might want to do that, but it's not a big deal. You could just download if you need it. It's all good. Right, while that's downloading, and we have it over here, let's just go into Bridge and start defining what are the plans that we want to use. And again, Bridge is a great tool to use, guys. A lot of assets, a lot of really great elements, a lot of plans. If you just go here in 3D plans, you have all this variety of things that you can just bring to your C4D file. And a little thing that you might could run into a problem is bringing them to C4D. We're not gonna jump into that in here because we already fixed it. But if that's happening to you and you're having problems with just transferring things straight from Bridge by exporting them and it's not working, let me see. All right, we just have to go here into presets. Wait, let me just load my. All right, whatever. File. Preference. Fuck, what is? All right. Well, we have our tools right here. Let me. I don't know where not find the. Oh, here it is. Actually. Load really quickly. All right, this is gonna help me a lot. Boom. Preference. All right, in preference, we just go to our preference folder and in the Maxon that we are using, the C40 that we are using at the moment, are using 2023. So I go there into plugins, and this is the guy that is gonna be giving you some problems. You wanna change that one. If you just Google really quickly the problem that Rich is giving you and just change that, it's gonna be all solved. So little quick tick. All right. So I already have all my, let's say that these are all my plants. I'm gonna just sort them out really quickly over here into their own little null. And I call them plant. And I'm just gonna try to organize them a little bit because right now all of them are huge and I don't know which one each wing. Switch. So really quick. Alright, this big. Alright, all these guys over here are really kind of a nice size, smaller size sort of. And we have a few that are just alone. We want to just like being able to separate the ones that are less of a cluster of plants like this one where we have all these together and bring them to and separate them. All right, these are huge guys. So we're just gonna put this. All right, those are all great together. All right, nice. All right, so let's say I like these ones over here. Let's just get them a new layer, so we can just know what we're using. This one is, let's just label all this one as a different one. Add a new layer. But All right. Now we can just rearrange all of them at the same point. And let's just bring it here, right here. All right, our Maxon frame is downloaded already, so let's just bring it here to C4D. We hit OK. And then we have our guy here. Actually, I have a little problem over here. I did not set it on place. Boop, boop, boop. All right. All right, meanwhile, just let's work on the matrix. Just make it bring a matrix, and we add a little. Do we have a redshift? No. All right. So here we're gonna add a redshift tag really quickly, and that's gonna help us just bring all the. Just gonna bring all the big ones actually first, and then we'll bring the small ones to the table. Just gonna drag all these ones. This is why. All right, because it's not out yet. Right. We drag all the plans of the matrix, and then we define the matrix as a connect to the object. Object mode. And we drop the plane on the matrix. All right. Here we're going to see that the matrix is going to start to populate with all these little elements, and we're not going to be able to see our plans at all. And the reason is because the matrix is going to give you some points around the plane. I like to use matrix instead of cloner with a object mode, mostly because I feel it's faster, and it's going to help you to just go faster with your project. It's not going to stop your project. Your viewport is going to work just as fine. And what you're going to do is just be sure that your plans are out of the view. You don't need the plans to be anywhere around you. They're just going to copy on your viewport on whenever you have your matrix defined, and it's going to be all right for you. All right. Let's say we like this matrix as we have it. Let's put it 90 degrees. Let's turn it to mix. And let's see how they look right now on Redshift. Let's just bring it light. Again, everybody's saying it, Nick said it, but just to remind you guys, because I already had Redshift set up on my render settings. When I hit light, it already goes to a Redshift light. I'm gonna just create a dawn light so I can start easily, and then I'm gonna work the lights a bit more into them, a bit more deeply, let's say. Just direct a little more of the light. It's gonna drop this HDRI link really quickly. And connect that to the dome. Let's just use this one actually. All right. I don't want to be the back. I don't want to see the background. We're gonna change that. I don't think we're gonna even use a downline, but well, for the moment to a tiny stick being, so we're able to see our materials. All right, and right now we are having this problem because the material that we're using is not on Redshift, it's on standard. We need to change that material to Redshift. All right, wait. You know what? I know what it's gonna do. Actually, Bridge help you really quickly if you just hit export and you have your render setting on render and redshift. It should do the magic, but it did not do it. All right, let's see. There we are. All right, it's changing this. This is this. Are we working this? Still not gonna be totally working. All right. All right. Now we're starting to see something. Right now, a big problem that we have with Matrix, well, not big problem, nothing too big, that is that the plants are going to start to spawn out in this weird direction. What we're going to do is just bring a little plane to the matrix and just define our plane, use our plane to just change not the position but the rotation on them. And we're going to just hit under 90 degrees, and then we have our matrix that right as we want it to be. All right. Our friend should be downloaded now, and it should be static, which is what we want for the purpose of our video. All right. It's right there, static. You can see it's looping. We just throw this guy in this null. Chill. And we just do the same. And it's gonna change our material immediately to redshift. And we're gonna work with the materials later when we have a better light defined. Right now, I'm just gonna work them out, say, pretty easy, straightforward way. I'm just gonna put the AOR to 1.35. But you can change it. You can go in more deeply into it. Right now, these materials at least taking care of different elements in here, as it's a clothing, this plastic, all at the same moment. So defining a unified IOR for all these, it's not practical, not the best way to move, but it's the easier and faster way right now. We just want to go faster and all right. I'm able to see this working. All right, let's just put the guy right now. It's all moved to the left. Just center him on the composition. Put him here. We're seeing that he is a little way too high. Let's leave it over here. And we're gonna start making a little ladder for him by just using simpler primitives. Right, let's say in here we're seeing how it's. Just put it around this area, and we can see how it's just fixed on this little hand of him. All right. Then we're gonna drop this primitive inside of a cloner. Sorry, let's find. All right. Now we're inside of the cloner, and we're gonna set our cloner mode into linear. Of course, the cloners move everything, so we gotta put it back where it was. And let's just start the first clone right here on his feet. Can move it a little higher, but not big deal. All right. And let's say we have 9 clumps. And actually, you know what is going to be really helpful for us right now? The fact that I download the run guy is going to help us just to calculate the ladder even better. Boop. Okay, oops. All right, here we are. Let's just bring our cloner really quickly to here so we can work in here. Set it up again, really fast. And because this one is actually moving, we don't have to work that hard. First, I was trying to just setting up the ladder by just trying to eyeball the ladder while he was static, and it's not as easy as I found. It's easier if you just wait for him, and you know, all right, it's actually going up, and he is where it's gonna put his other feet right here. We're just gonna move the. Oh, it's not letting me. All right, let me just do this. Does it let me over here? It let me over here, right? Let me just bring this here. Two. No. All right, and now we can whatever. All right, so starting over here, we have the first point, and we want to make the other one land right there, I think. So we're gonna get closer over here. We're gonna define how much space we're gonna have between each one of the spot of the ladder. I think that's about right. And just to be sure that we are doing it the right way, we have to fix our guy. He's sort of in a unconventional position, so just fix its rotation a little. All right, now we have it. Let's add more cloners to it. We're missing some cloners. And our last all right, there we are, just a little bit there, and we have it. I think this is gonna be fine. Just all right. So now we have our ladder defined, because we can see over here that it's actually working fine. All right, and the guy is actually going up to the ladder. We should just be able to bring it here back to our main file and just reposition our ladder. Right, so our ladder is 23 centimeters. Let's try to make the same with our plane. Well, it's actually it's not. It's 23 by 11. All right. 23 by 11. There you are. Up. All right, let's just create a couple. Sizes for our ladder, because right now it's just like floating. We don't want that. Let's just make this guy here, and we know that we want it to be 233. Don't we? All right, there we are. Let's just make it slightly this. Just make some changes over here. Let's define how we want the ladder to be, and let's just create copy this guy. Just bring over here. All right. All right, we put it on this unified guy. And let's just make a define space for each of my elements. I'm gonna start to feel like my files already start to feel a bit disorganized, so we just make 2 main nulls. Sim stage, and we just start dropping things so everything is a bit more organized. This is my stage. Everything else so far now is my scene. Here is my character. Here are my plants. Let's bring this up. All right, let's start to just set up that feeling. I feel like we might want to make it a bit bigger, as our space is gonna be a bit weird on camera. If we bring a camera and we set it up to, let's say, 125 millimeters, we're gonna have an interesting shot over here. But we're just missing space. We're having a bit too much space around, so let's make it a bit bigger. There we are. So, and up there and underneath it, we're just gonna clone everything up and repeat up and down. So we're gonna do that with our plants and our ladder. All right, this is our guy. Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna drop our guys here inside of the cloner section. I gotta set up to lineal. There we are. Shall I just spray this apart? All right. And let's use this. This is our wall. And let's use it on the matrix now. Strap up. Bum, bum, bum. Let's get out of our camera for a moment. Boop, boop, boop. There we are. All right. Let me just go really quick to my project setup. It's 24. Render settings is 24 as well. Back to my viewer. All right. Now we have these over here, and we're just gonna drop really quickly a couple materials for the rest of our things on our sim. Just look a concrete material for the wall. This one. Why not? And just a black material for a ladder. Could be whatever. It's gonna look nice either way. All right, there we are. Here we are. Now let's see how everything is starting to look. Just get out of this camera over here, the default camera. And let's just keep the full camera over here. Let's start working on here. All right, pop, pop, pop. Oof. Insane. A lot of flowers, a lot of plants. All right, let's bring them down a little. We have a lot of them. Let's define where we want them to be and how we want it to be. And we do that by using planes and just, again, let's just keep breaking apart our seam. I'm gonna just bring one null for that and just gonna call it matrix. I'm gonna drop everything related to the matrix in that null. I'm gonna drop, right, nice. I'm just gonna create new planes to define the matrix, where we want the plants to be, how we want them to behave. We just gonna start just calling them and naming them. I call this scale. This is gonna control my scale and my definition on the on the wall. And we do that just by hitting minus plus on -1 and just adding fields. Use a cone field over here. And right now you can see that I'm doing the opposite, but we will change that. If you want to do the opposite, that this is the way. But we are not doing that. We are just bringing this over here. Let's make it smaller. Show just 4 views, so I could position it in place. All right. And now what we're going to do is just go to remap and just hit invert. I'm just gonna go and just go to curve, and want to make sure that I'm able to have a better curve into my file. I want it to be a bit more smooth as they grow up. But still, we're gonna see that the one in the middle, they grow a lot and they're huge. So a good way to control that is just adding a shader graph, and to that shader graph we're gonna add a noise that control or scale. We do that by adding a film. Actually, no, we do that by let me just scale. We just scale it down. All right, let's do that. We do that by going to shader actually, and just define a multi-shader, so we can just drop different noises if we want into them. Boop, boop, bop, bop. Perfect. Nice, right here. We jump to noise, and we make our noise around 650% high scale. We just bring this up, and we're gonna see how it change on the other side of the screen. If you see it here, we control the noise, and we are gonna start controlling the scale of the matrix element. Still a bit too big. Let's just scale it down over here to 0.5. So we show 0.5. That's a bit better. We can start just actually pull out the camera a little. And let's create another plane that helps us with let's create a linear film. Parameters, changing that to scale. We do the same here. All right, here we're gonna have the field set up to Y positive. Screws up. And let's just bring the rest of our elements down even a bit farther. Just select this. We have a little problem with this. Just gonna pick this guy here. Fuck. Okay. Let's see how it's looking now. All right, this is looking way closer to what we anticipated and what we have on our view, but we're still not there. We're missing some lights, we're missing some assets, and we need it to start going up. But we are on our way there. All right, let's start bringing some lights into here. And a way that I created the light that we are seeing on the here on the wall that's moving. It's really simple, really simple. I just drop a area light at the top. I make it really big and prominent. Area light. Let's create a little plane that stops the light from going all the way. Here, we're here, see over here. All right. We start to bring down the spread here, right here. Boom, 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 boom. Just duplicate this guy here. And we're gonna just make it way smaller and get it inside of another cloner. And that cloner we're just gonna, again, set it up to lineal. Bring it up here. We don't want it to move on the y-axis. We're gonna move it on the x-axis. Just gonna do it like this. Make it a little smaller still. I think that's fine. Let's just move it back to where it's supposed to be. Let's bring it down here. All right, and now we're just gonna start to see those light beams that we have on our final render. Let's just create a bit of this setup. Oop. All right. Rotation. Still the light's a bit strong. That's better. Let's just bring our object to somewhere around that. Oh, I know. Actually, let's not use the linear. That's the problem I'm having here. Just use a simple spline here at the top. All right, now we can accept it. Let's fix it again. All right. And we just want to be able to just make it a really simple animation. In here. All right. We're going to animate the offset over here. Go all the way over here, and let's just expand our timeline a little to, I don't know, by 4. All right. So we have this going along really well. Let's just change our cloner free. This is fast, but the way we're gonna solve that is just to hit here. And now we are going a bit slower. Just make our light bigger. Move over here. And there we are. That light is moving. All right. Another thing that we want to do is just being able to just bring it back to 72. This is our loop. And let's just go here. Let's count really quickly from the beginning how many. Oh, I'm missing that little thing. Okay. I'm just looking at the hour, guys. I just don't want to run with the time too long. All right. We're going to just find our character really quickly here. It's going to organizing her again because we did that in the other file, but we did not do that over here. All right. That should work fine. All right, if we go at the beginning of the project, the timeline, we see, let's bring this down a bit more. Right there. And we're gonna just take this null. And just make the whole main movement of the whole wall all together. I'm gonna start from here and let's just count really quickly how many points that he goes up by just looking at him. You might have another way, but this is the easier. It's the way I'm gonna do it. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is about to hit the fifth a point on the ladder. So we're gonna go down 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we're gonna fix this little thing on the ladder quickly. Don't worry too much about it. Let's make this linear, and let's see how it looks. All right, it's pretty much aligned. What I'm gonna do with this guy is just set after to continue, and then after that it's gonna just keep moving, and we're just gonna have to loop our guy. Just gonna go ahead and pick up the keyframes. Just gonna copy. Paste. We'll do the same again around here. Ooh, why it's not moving? All right. And there we are. So now we should have the guy just going up all the way. And we're just missing a couple walls. Just make sure that our wall is looking good. I feel like it's very flat. That's better. All right. All right, and now we have this guy that's already going up, and we have the matrix that is aligned, animated as he goes up. We can start adding some light to it. We have a weird jump in the. All right, we have a jump, and a good way to solve that is just by going here. We're gonna take a screen of this guy here. You know how can I take a screenshot of the screen? Yeah. Just gonna take a screenshot really quick.
You can do Control-Shift-S. Nope, that'll save it. Control-Windows-S. Nope.
All right. If you know, I could just no, I could do something. I could do something else. Don't worry. I could just set up a camera right here. So just go from here. All right. So we have this that is jumping back over here. See what happens if you. Okay. Well, we are missing some files. All right, let's make it. Okay, here should be. All right, let's just fix this guy. Just really gentle. We're gonna move it because this is gonna move a lot. Actually, adjust that. All right. Nice. All right. That should work great. Boop, boop. Another camera here. Find a good spot. I feel like we could use some more elements in our matrix. There we are. And let's create a couple lights. We're gonna make the whole thing a bit more enjoyable. Not using this. Wait. I was using it. All right. Let's make it smaller so I could just check out what's going on. And let's make a spotlight. Spotlight. I'm gonna just drop the HDR. Align the texture, and just gonna kill this one. I'm not gonna use it anymore. So let me just see. Let me just bring it down really. Going, not that one. This one. All right. Just a little bit of light, not too much. So you can see it there. Right now, let's add a bit more of love to this. In this light, you can just detail. Ball into 0 here. Ball into 0 over here too. Just create a little environment. Let's bring down the scatter. All right. bit more. That's gonna create a little nice spotlight shot that is just showing, just going on over all our character is gonna make it nice to see and enjoy on the video. Make a little lag. All right. 2. Okay. Let's add a couple more lights. So stop my viewport. Area light over here. I just want a little light that's shining from underneath him. Of course, it's destroying our sim. It's just hold on. Wait. All right, sadly, C4D just closed on me, but not biggie. Let's just open the main file. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to show on the way out?
The drawing's like it closed and I didn't say.
Okay, that's no problem. Why don't we just let them know that we closed it out and you can find it, put something else up.
All right. Sadly, a little lesson that I keep learning. Save your files guide. I went too wild with the scatter and the scatter was too on all the way. Just we can wrap it up with this. I feel like you have a really good picture of how to just scatter things on your way on. I was pretty close to just finish the project and have it already, just adding some more lights here and there to just emphasize some elements where you want to put it underneath, as I was doing, and around, so you can just highlight elements on the frame that is gonna make things pop.
Great job. All right, thank you so much, Carlos. So let's hear for Carlos. Round of applause. Thank you so much. So that's you got a lot done within an hour. Just working from scratch. That was pretty awesome. So the internet has been pretty quiet. They did like the scene though. I saw some good feedback on the scene. So yeah, here we go. This is the one that you were working out that we had rendered out before.
Right.
You can go back and go through that, and you can watch through Carlos and how he worked in building that out with the matrix object, cloning out the ladder, bringing in Mixamo animation.
And you could always add some little elements like this one that I add from Bridge. Even this little pipe that I just created on C4D is straight there, really easy to do. So feel free to do all this stuff. Feel inspired. It's really easy to do all these things. And a beautiful thing about Maxon is that we have a beautiful community full of people that is always willing to help, always willing to just push that render out. If at any time, I've been in moments where at 2 a.m. in the morning, being asking some friends, and they help me to just be sure that render goes out, and it's there to for the client to enjoy and not for my head to roll.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, everyone, join us tomorrow. We'll be getting started at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with Joe Herman. So check us out tomorrow morning. Thanks again.
pushing it. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love stereo. Time's slow when you're feeling it. I know you needing it. Touchdown, we're driving in. Come on now, we're making it. Haven't you heard that I like it? Haven't you heard that it feels so right? Haven't you heard, wanna try it? I'm getting in on your good vibe. This is what it's like to love in stereo.
Introducing MoGraph TV from MoGraph.com, a free motion graphics and animation channel streaming your favorite content and favorite artists 24/7. MoGraph TV features motion graphics tutorials, talks, tips, inspiration, and replays of popular live shows. We offer something for all levels of designer, from introductory tutorials to high-level breakdowns and everything in between.
That track looks great to me.
MoGraph TV features software like Cinema 4D, After Effects, Unreal Engine,
What up?
third-party plugins, and other 2D and 3D software. We also feature live motion events, short-form clips, crypto art, and even a little photo and video editing. Learn from the people that inspire you most, and stay up to date on all the latest industry news, announcements, and community events. You'll also see exclusive offers only available by watching. With 3 8-hour blocks each day, you'll be sure to catch everything, no matter what your time zone. Keep it on as a companion to your workday and learn something new. Meet a friend, watch a demo, catch a classic tutorial, or even find new inspiration.
That's a British word?
A lot of things are British words.
Yes, good luck with all your projects.
MoGraph TV, television for the design community 24/7.